Hello, this is a video about the DOS versions of the roguelike games Moria and Angband. And I'm going to be running a lot of DOS versions of those games as well as some related games. If you don't want to see DOS versions of weird old ASCII games, you may not want to watch this video. On the other hand, if you do want to see DOS versions of weird old ASCII games, you're going to love this video, I bet. Okay, so if we're going to talk about Moria and Angband, I ultimately found that I need to first talk about the game that inspired those games, and that is Rogue, the game that inspired the whole roguelike genre. Rogue came out in 1980. It was a free game. It was on Unix, and it was written for Unix, and so it was distributed for free. People at, for instance, the computer science departments at universities, which would have these big mini computers running Unix, those folks got a hold of the game and it became popular in certain of those scenes or something like that. And people got their hands on it and got inspired by it. And we're going to be talking about one of those university students, in fact. But before that, I want to talk about Rogue itself, because Rogue itself had actually not just one but several DOS ports, and there's a very specific part of those DOS ports, in fact, that is important as far as I'm concerned when it comes to talking about specifics of the Moria and Angband ports, because there's a very specific element that continues all the way through all of these games, and it starts right in the very first Rogue DOS port. So I'm going to run a Rogue DOS port, and once it's running, I'll describe what exactly it is. Let's see, we need a name. Let's say DOS guy. I don't know. No, that's gender specific. How about just DOS? There we go. Where's that DOS? Welcome, DOS, to the Dungeons of Doom, or hello. So we're this weird little smiley face. I'm moving around with keys on the keyboard. This yellow asterisk is treasure, I think, 40 gold pieces. This weird hitch in this square represents a hallway entrance. And these checkerboards represent a tunnel that we're traveling through, and it will end up in another room. I don't know what that musical note is. The H could be a monster. Actually, I think if we hit F2, it'll tell us what some things are. The musical note, it says, is a scroll. Okay, I don't know why, but it is. And the H, it doesn't say. Oh, well, A through Z, 26 different monsters. So the H is a monster. If I hit F1, it will tell me what my commands are. There you go, F1, list of commands, which is what you had hit to get here. I want to see if there's a look command so I can look and see what this H monster might be, what type of monster, before I actually go and try to fight it. Maybe not. No, Rogue was simpler. Things were simpler then. There's no L for look or X for examine, in fact. Okay, that's fine. Well, I'm just going to leave this here for a second, so there's something anyway to look at on screen while I blabber on for a little bit about what the heck Rogue is. So Rogue was this game composed of not bitmap graphics or 3D graphics, but just graphics made out of characters, of letters and other weird characters that were found in this DOS version, in the DOS character set. But the first version came out on Unix, so it didn't even have like this weird smiley face or anything. In fact, what was used to represent the character in the original version on Unix was a @ symbol, like we use for Twitter handles or something these days. Fortunately, the @ symbol stuck around. This smiley face did not stick around. I don't know exactly why, but it was specific to the DOS character set and might even have been copywritten by Microsoft or something. Or maybe it just freaked people out. It kind of freaks me out. So that did not stick around for other later roguelikes, which is good, I think. So Rogue, the non-weird smiley face, the Unix version, came out in 1980. One of the original creators of the game, there were 2 or 3 of them, a few years later decided that he wanted to try selling the game commercially because they'd given it out for free. They had not given out the source code, however. So people couldn't, start tinkering and making their own versions of the game based on its programming code, because that was not given out. Only the I guess compiled version of the game, as far as I understand it, at least at that time. So it was still possible then that this original creator could go and try to sell a commercial version of the game, I guess. I think they were a little faster and looser with the licensing and copyrights and stuff back then. But anyway, so he actually formed a company. He got a business partner. I think this was someone who was a little more familiar with the DOS world. Or maybe it was him who was getting into DOS. Anyway, they had some DOS knowledge, and they founded their own company specifically to sell this commercial version of Rogue that they were going to port to DOS. So it would be able to run on the IBM PCs that were getting popular in the business world. This was in 1984 or thereabouts. So this was 4 years after Rogue had come out on Unix, and he wants to go sell this as a commercial product on IBM PCs. So they formed this company called Artificial Intelligence Design Systems, or AI Systems for shorter. And they started trying to sell the game themselves. And this didn't actually go so well. And apparently they were only just about breaking even. But they had a bit of a break when somebody at the much larger software developer and development and publishing company, epyx, saw their game and thought that maybe this was something that epyx could deal with well. So epyx contacted AI Systems, and a deal was struck. And the next year, 1985, epyx started distributing the game Rogue under their epyx name. So they gave it this snazzy new box with the typical, if you've ever seen any of the old 1980s epyx game boxes, they tended to have sort of a black background, actually kind of like Rogue, with neon colored minimalist illustrations. They really sort of popped out. And that's what they did for Rogue. Apparently this never became a very big hit for epyx either, but it probably sold more than the AI designs people were able to do themselves. Now, what's interesting these days is that actually, I think it was just in the past couple years, the epyx version of Rogue, specifically the 1.49 epyx version of Rogue, showed up on Steam. So right now, here in 2022, in fact, I just did this yesterday on Black Friday, as it turned out, although I had not planned that particular coincidence. I went and bought it on Steam for, I think, $2.99. That might have been slightly on sale, but I don't think it's much more than that any other day of the year. It's pretty cheap to get, and you can just buy it on Steam, and it'll install itself on your modern Windows system. I'm running here in Windows 11. Now, I did go ahead so when you install it off Steam, it will install it automatically in this sort of customized DOSBox installation. You don't have to know anything about DOSBox. You don't even have to know that it's using DOSBox. But when you run the game from Steam, it will run it in this customized DOSBox setup for you. because I've sort of gotten used to running DOSBox over the past week or so, and I ran DOSBox for the first time just in the past week or so because I wanted to play all these old Moria and Angband DOS versions. But once you start messing around with DOSBox, you find out what the sort of configuration options are, and you find a way to run it on your system in a nice sharp screen setting, if I can hit my correct keys. So it looks nice and sharp and not blurry. The Steam one, actually, I guess I can run it. Why not? If I run the Steam one, because there are some quirks here, I'm going to go on about the Steam version just for a sec, because it's doing a bit of a disservice to a classic game. And if you're watching this, maybe you'll see a way that you can have a better experience with it. So we go to like all apps. There's of course like 3 different ways you can run a Steam game. One is it installs for Rogue. It installs a shortcut under Steam. I don't know why it's using the planetary symbol for Venus, or you could also say that is the biological symbol for female as its icon. But it's kind of a nice purpley color, so I don't mind. So this is what you get if you run it. So see, it's all blurry. It's kind of weird aspect ratio, and it's gross, and I don't want to run that. Well, I guess I have to run it. So what happens when you run the game? It's also an awkward game to run in a modern GUI operating system because it's not made for that. It's made to run from a command line. Because if you run the game just by double-clicking the icon, which is effectively what we just did, you go straight to character creation. Now, character creation consists only of giving your character a name. So let's call myself epyx. Xpix? Yeah. So that was character creation. Now we're in the game, which we've already done in my other DOSBox installation. This is the Steam one. See, it's all blurry and gross. I'm going to go ahead and save. You can do that by hitting Shift-S, and it prompts you. If you hit Enter, you get the default save file. You could save it on, so you can have multiple games of Rogue going on your machine, or in progress at once. You just save them under different save files, but if you just hit Enter, it'll save it. It'll overwrite the default save file, rogue.sav. So we're just going to do that because I have this in a different directory than the other one I'm running anyway, so that's fine. Already exists, overwrite, yeah, go ahead. Start a new game and we'll exit to Steam. Yes, no, I'm going to hit no. And it doesn't exit to Steam because I started it from my desktop. So that's what happens when you just use the Start menu shortcut that Steam gives you. Now you might say, well, okay, so what if I've gone and done whatever I had to do in real life. Now I want to play some more of my Rogue session that I was playing. Well, you would think you just go back to your Start menu icon, since that's what we used to run it the first time, and we'll say, give me some more Rogue, give me my character, let's go. But what happens is you're back in character creation. So that's not what you wanted. That means you can't actually play more than a single session with your game, because how do we get our character back? We saved. So that's not working. Well, there's other ways to run a Steam game. You can do it from your system tray icon of this little Steam thing. Here's Rogue. All right, let's do that. Oh, that goes to character creation as well. How do I get my character back? Well, I think maybe there's only one way to do that in the Steam setup, and that is if we actually run our Steam library. And here's Rogue, and let's hit the play button for Rogue. And oh, here's a second option that now we can see. Play Rogue, resume saved game. Do that, and there's our character. So it's a bit awkward to do that, and if you didn't know to look for that, you might, I'm not sure Steam makes that very clear. I don't think the manual, they distribute a PDF manual with it, but I don't think that manual is actually all that clear. This is kind of a nice reworking of the classic Rogue manual. I actually think they did a good job with this, but it is very specific to the Steam version, except I don't think it tells you about, you actually need two separate, saving and resuming. If you wish to save a game and continue again later, press Shift-S, then press Enter to accept the default file name, save and exit the game. Then be asked if you want to start a new game, refer to Steam to resume a previously saved game. Choose Resume Save Game option when launching from Steam. Well, this isn't super clear, but that's the only way you can do it. You can't do it by running from those other icons or menus. So that's kind of weird. Copyright 2020, it says down there, Subvert Limited. So that's the Steam version. So I didn't like that. I didn't like that setup. It's blurry, it's gross. So fortunately, I've found out enough about how Steam does some things and how DOSBox works that I was able to just find the files that Steam installs, which are the files of the game I bought. Perfectly legit for me to use those however I want, right? So I found those and I put them in my own directory. I made my own DOSBox config files, and I used the shortcut icon they had, made my own shortcuts. So now I have a shortcut that's the one I clicked that you saw me click that took us to character creation, is this one on the left, and then the one on the right is the one I clicked to resume a game that I have previously saved. It, and in fact, it resumes the last saved game, I think. In fact, I had to go and Google up an original DOS version manual of the epyx DOS Rogue to see how this was actually supposed to be working. And I found one, a very nice one, on britzel.github.io/roguearchive/files/misc/epyx rogue DOS manual/manual.htm. So thank you whoever put that there. There's it shows you the command line options in that manual. One, if you just type rogue in a command line or in DOSBox, it'll start the game. If you type rogue/r, it'll start with the file name rogue.sav on the rogue disk. So that's what Steam uses. That's the command line option Steam uses to resume a saved game, is rogue/r, and that's what I'm using with my my second icon there. You can also do rogue S, which just displays the rankings. It doesn't actually run the game, or it doesn't start the full game. It just prints out a list of the rankings in color, which is kind of neat. In fact, I could, let's see. Yep, save that. So if we do like rogue, this is in the DOSBox terminal now, rogue/s. Well, that's kind of weird, but anyway. Guildmasters Hall of Fame, there's some of my characters that I've been making, just testing stuff. There's a rogue/BW, which if you have a color graphics card, this old manual said, and are using a black and white monitor starting in the new game of Rogue with this option, that's /BW, will improve the clarity of the screen. Well, that's a little vague. It sounds like it'll run it in black and white, which I would actually like to see, but I could not get that to work. If I type rogue/BW, it's going to go into character creation anyway. Wonder if I could do rogue/r/BW? Well, it restarted, but it didn't give me black and white. Let me try rogue just /BW at least. No, it's still in color. Color. Well, yeah, so I can't get the black and white option working on mine. If you hit Shift Q, it won't save. You have to confirm, and that'll basically kill your character. That's how a lot of roguelikes work. So, for instance, what is rogue anyway? Well, you're this individual weird character wandering around this maze-like dungeon. The dungeon is randomly generated, so it's different every time you play the game. You've got these other characters in the game that represent monsters. So this bee is some kind of monster. Okay, it's a bee for bat. And you can just move your character into those characters to attack. And I've defeated the bat. You can also get missile weapons, and that gets a little more complicated. I don't feel the need to go into that right now. What is this? And you move over other things to pick them up. It automatically picks them up. I have 2 rations of food. Well, that's exciting. So there's no doubt a command. If I hit F1, there's a command to eat, probably, because you do eventually get hungry, and you can starve to death in Rogue. So there's all these, it's sort of this part of the feeling of power you get playing these games is if you learn all of these commands, then you just feel like you have everything at your fingertips and you're just some kind of wizard. I mean, that's sort of one of the appeals once you get further into these games, is that you just feel like you know it all, man. You can do it all. Right from the keyboard, right from any button press. You can do whatever you want with your character, and it's just this sort of full, powerful experience to be able to do all this stuff with just this tiny little abstract symbol. I don't really like the characters or the colors in this version. I don't like the smiley face. But anyways, we're not really here to talk about Rogue, except that, as I was saying, there's one element of Rogue that sticks around for the DOS. There's one element of the DOS port of Rogue that sticks around for the DOS ports of Moria and Angband that I wanted to talk about. Although, before I forget, if we look at this list of commands, and actually this list of commands is worth looking at too, because this is extremely similar to what the command list will look like in, for instance, Moria, as we'll see. Very much what it looks like. Some of the command letters are even the same. For instance, here you see Q on the sort of lower right is quaff potion. That sticks around in Moria and Angband. E is eat food. Well, there's capital E for eat food in Moria and Angband. Wield a weapon here is W. That's the same in Moria and Angband. So there's a direct lineage from so many things in this game. One thing that is not kept around, and I don't know if this was specific to the DOS version or not. Maybe it was because this was being sold on, IBM PCs, which are supposed to be for business, right? Well, if you notice up in the upper left, the key F10 is called the Supervisor Key, parentheses, fake DOS. And it's even so important that I think if I hit space to show the rest of the keys, or yes, there's even more. There's not only one supervisor key, but 2. If you hit the exclamation mark, you also get the supervisor key, because you need that key right at your fingertips in case your boss walks in while you're playing Rogue, right? So what happens when you hit the supervisor key? Well, if I hit the exclamation mark, shift 1 to get an exclamation mark. Oh, look, it looks like I'm just at a DOS prompt. Yeah, hi, boss. Hi, I'm being productive. Yes, that's me. Let's run, 8, 1. Oh, wait, that's... Anyway, it's actually fake DOS. I can't run Rogue. Oh, I can. So that's how you get back to Rogue is... I forgot. You get back to Rogue by actually typing Rogue. I think that's... Because you can type other stuff like Windows, if they had Windows. No. How about game? I can't even type game because my fingers are stuck on my roguelike keys. What else would you type? What would be a business software back in 1985? I don't know, spreadsheet. That's too many characters. So I don't think you can actually type anything except for Rogue to get back to your game. What else could you, like, run? God, I can't type with my right hand. It's on the wrong characters. Epyx. No. Boss. No. Anyway, Rogue gets you back into the actual game from fake DOS. I just think that's hilarious. So anyhow, the thing so you notice that I'm in this room. This is supposed to be a room in a dungeon. These green dots represent a lit floor area that I'm standing in. These weird brown walls represent the walls of a dungeon room I'm in. Maybe they're stone or carved out of rock or, whatever. These sort of double lines. I don't really like those double lines. It's kind of, Maybe I just don't like the brown, but it's very specific. It's not as abstract as what we see in some later roguelike games, which I think sort of helps me maintain more of a fantasy about the whole thing. Here we just have these very definite two lines, and then you get this sort of weird cross at a doorway, and I don't know. It doesn't really work for me, especially since, like you see over here for an up and down one, it's a different shape. Oh, here's a kobold? No, kestrel. Kobold is a D&D term, so they wouldn't have used that. So anyway, you've got these walls, and there's the second roguelike game to come along, or at least the one that has survived. Just after Moria was a game called Hack, and went on to a successive version called NetHack, which is still being slowly developed today. And NetHack, in fact, Hack and NetHack were, I think, always more, or typically have been more popular, in fact, than Moria or Angband. And they use something more like these walls, this character type for the walls, these lines. But the other thing we have is for a hallway, we've got these checkerboard blocks, and that's what I want us to remember, is these checkerboard blocks. This is important for all the later versions of DOS, Moria, and Angband. So keep in mind these checkerboard blocks. I don't think Hack and NetHack used those. I think they used something more like these wall characters for the tunnels. Oh man, an MU just popped up in my checkerboard hallway. It did always seem weird to me, this style of representing rooms versus hallways or whatever, passages, tunnels, I don't know. Because here those lines are representing the wall or something around an open space that we can move in. Here you've got a thing representing the open space that we can move in, but no real separate representation of the walls around this hallway space, which it's just like, why do you switch from, I don't know. Anyway, that's just how they did it. It was simpler to do at the time, I'm sure. So that's really all I wanted to look at in Rogue. And this is, again, the DOS version of Rogue. It's the epyx 1.49 DOS version. Can I pull up if I hit V, there's this weird, they put in these little text lines in the version printout. So Mr. McTesque was here. I looked this up. Actually, according to, I think it's the site called Rogue Archive, there's various versions that used these different just weird text messages in their version printout, and a number of them used Mr. McTesque. Rogue Archive does not record any epyx 1.49 version identifying itself with Mr. McTesque. That was, it says, for used with other versions of the game, but anyway, here it is in this one that I got off of Steam. I don't know. I don't think what that actually means has survived, or if somebody knows, they're keeping mum about it. So maybe we'll find out about that in another 20 years. Who knows? So I think that's all I wanted to mention about Rogue, which is definitely more than enough. I'm going to hit Shift S to save my precious game under the default file name, overwrite it, and we're out. Okay, so that was Rogue. That was, in fact, the Rogue DOS version from 1985, the one distributed by epyx in 85. Rogue itself had already come out in 1980 on Unix, and that's where we're going to sort of rewind to and resume from, because then we get to a college student at the University of Oklahoma named Robert A. Koeneke. Koeneke enrolled in engineering courses at the University of Oklahoma, according to him, around 1980 or 81. He'd always had an affinity for computers, he said, and one night in the engineering lab there, or at least one of the engineering labs, he was hanging out with some of the sysadmins that he'd struck up a talking relationship with, and they were letting him mess around with their mini computer, which is a DEC or DEC. I don't know if that's how that was said. By the way, keep in mind that I'm a noob to roguelikes. I don't really know what I'm talking about. This is all stuff that I've Googled up, basically, or found thanks to the research of many other people who've put this material out on the internet over the years. I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm just going to go on regurgitating it. So, because I got interested in where these DOS versions came from, because I like them. Anyway, Koeneke in 80 or 81, maybe it's 81 by this time, let's just say that's easier, was hanging out with some of these sysadmins in a computer lab at the University of Oklahoma. And they were letting him mess around on their Unix mini computer there in the university lab. It was a DEC machine. DEC was an American company, a digital electronics company or computers, or I don't know, I didn't bother writing that down. And a mini computer, despite what the name sounds like, well, mini computers over the years came in different form factors, widely different. Their heyday was about, I think it was 77 to 87, said Wikipedia, and especially the earlier ones, and this was 80 or 81, so this would be a relatively early one. This mini computer, they had U of O in this lab, and I saw a picture of it because Koeneke did mention the exact model that I could Google. This whole account of his is on umoria.org, by the way. And I will have all of my sources of where I downloaded things in the description below the video on YouTube, and I will be linking to a more full account of my notes that I'm going to put on the Angband forum. Basically what you see me having in the text window here, so I don't forget everything because it's a lot. So mini computers, this mini computer was huge. It was like the size of a gigantic refrigerator, like an industrial-sized refrigerator. Actually, it had 4 spools of tape, black data tapes on the front of it. So it's actually this very formidable-looking machine. But on this monster of a machine, he found the game Rogue, and this was in probably 81-ish. So Rogue was new. Rogue had just been put out in 80, and as I said, was catching on in college computer labs and so forth because it was being distributed freely. And so Koeneke played Rogue then for the first time, and he got hooked, according to himself. He got hooked bad. He thought this was a really cool game. And so he didn't forget Rogue, but he went on with his career as a student at the U of O. He got a job on campus, but it was in a different engineering lab, and in that lab, they had a different DEC mini computer that was not running Unix. It was running, it was a VAX machine, which was a DEC, a line of machines, running VMS, which was DEC's proprietary operating system for multitasking and all this cool stuff. But there were no games on VMS, and there was certainly no version of Rogue for VAX VMS. Rogue was for Unix. Koeneke found this intolerable, so he decided, well, heck, I'm just going to write my own game. And the first thing he did was he wrote in BASIC what was basically a clone, according to him, of Rogue that could run on VAX VMS. So he's writing it in BASIC, and he finished that, and he was pretty happy with that, I guess. And then he said he kind of left it for a year, and he didn't go ahead developing anything else game-wise. But in 83 or so, according to him, he started taking a course in Pascal, a programming language Pascal. And Pascal was a language that could run on VAX VMS machines, and it had some more advanced functions over BASIC, and this started to give him ideas for stuff that he could do in a game like Rogue that could make it even sweeter. So he started on another game, making another game. Now he had called this the game he wrote in BASIC that was basically a clone of Rogue. He had called it Moria, after the mines of Moria, I believe, in J.R.R. Tolkien's Middle Earth, Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, all that. And he had named, well, actually, I don't know if he names any of the monsters in that one after Tolkien monsters. But he started another game in later, when he started learning Pascal in about 1983, still at University of Oklahoma. And it wasn't just a clone of Rogue this time. It was his own thing. It had very many elements of Rogue, so it had randomly generated dungeons. It had permadeath, because in Rogue, if you just quit Rogue, your character is dead. Your character is not saved, it is wiped. Your save file is gone. If you die from a monster in Rogue, your save file is deleted, and you have to start over. So it had random dungeons, permadeath, and what's the other big roguelike thing that I'm spacing on like an idiot right now? Oh gosh. Well, anyway, it had these elements of Rogue, but it was a new game. It had a different structure. It had a town. It had a much larger dungeon. It had a whole different system of inventory and much more complicated combat and all this stuff, and you could make different character classes and all this stuff he started putting into it. I mean, this was actually a massive game for one person to be making, although he did get at least one other person there who helped him with write some aspects of the game. And as he was making this game, other U of O students got interested in it and started playing it, and he would challenge them to beat the game. And if they did beat the game, and I love this about his design philosophy, if anybody did beat the game, he would find out from them how they beat it, and then he would change the game so that the next time they would not be able to beat it that same way. So I mean, I guess he didn't just want to outright make it impossible, because then that's not really a game, but he kept making sure that it would keep challenging the players so they couldn't just beat it again the same way they had already beaten it. And it ended up making for this very challenging game for sure. And unlike what the Rogue creators had done, at least at first, he started sending his code for the game. Remember, he was writing this in Pascal for VAX VMS machines, but there were other universities that were running VAX VMS machines, as far as I've been able to guess from reading other things. So he was sending his code out to other universities so that they could compile the code. They could mess with the code if they wanted, be students at other, university engineering labs. I mean, why not? So that started to get it some traction, especially in the academic world, but probably elsewhere as well. So Koeneke had started at U of O in 80 or 81, and we're kind of fortunate that he was there for a long time. He let's see, he didn't leave U of O until 86, 87. So he was there for 5 or 6 years, maybe even almost close to 7 years. And he'd been, ever since 83, he'd been making Moria, working on this game, continually adding things to it, and sending it out to other universities, sending out the source code. His last release was numbered 4.7 of Moria, and then he went off to take a job in the commercial world. I think it was American Airlines, and he worked there for his entire career, I think, or at least up until quite some time later. And Koeneke recently passed away, which is unfortunate, but we can certainly celebrate his achievement with this game, Moria, which is still extremely playable today and is just fascinating, and of course is continued on as well in the game Angband, which began from Moria code, which I will in fact get to because we're going to be looking at some Angband games as well. But there is no DOS version directly surviving directly from Koeneke's Pascal Moria game. James Wilson was a guy at the University of California, Berkeley, who got a hold of Moria 4.8. 4.8 was, and there's some, apparently there, even on umoria.org, the official Umoria site, there's some confusion about what Koeneke's last version of Moria was. He himself said in this document he wrote up about the early days of making Moria, he said that his last version was 4.7. But somebody else, there's some book somebody wrote or something that said his last version was 4.5. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go with 4.7. That's what Koeneke said anyway. But there was a version 4.8, which apparently was completed by other students at the University of Oklahoma. And actually, if you look at what Koeneke wrote about this period, he had other ideas, and actually some newsgroup posts, the rec.games. Well, it was rec.games.moria at first, then it was succeeded by rec.games.roguelikes.moria. He had written either there or in this later account, or both, I don't remember which, that he had some ideas for that he wanted to implement, like water, like streams or bodies of water. He had this idea for magic orbs you could get that would grant you special powers while you held them. He had these various ideas that he was working on for a Moria version 5.0, which was going to be this major update to the game. And he left some of that. I mean, some of that he'd even written as code. And so he left these ideas and this code that he had started with students that he knew at the University of Oklahoma. And he was hoping that they would take that up and complete that form and carry on and keep working on the game. Apparently that didn't actually happen. They did release a version 4.8, which had some updates, but that was, I think, all that at least has come down to us from the U of O. So 4.8 was the last version there in Koeneke's line for a moment. But he had been sending out the source code to other universities. James Wilson was a student at the University of California, Berkeley. I think he was a student. Anyways, he was at Cal. Is that the name for Berkeley? That's what Wikipedia said. So he got the Moria 4.8 source code. And he, though, did not have a VAX VMS machine. So what he had was Unix running C. And so he just decided to port Moria from Pascal to C, so he could run it on these Unix machines that he had access to. And that turned out to be a huge deal because really Unix is certainly these days much more widespread than Pascal and VAX VMS has ended up being. And even probably, I actually don't know, but maybe back then it was even more widespread or becoming more widespread. In any case, there was this proliferation of people working on this code, working on what had been the Moria code that had been rewritten in Unix C by Wilson, because more people just were able to do so than had been able to do so with Koeneke's original Pascal Moria code. Wilson actually renamed the game slightly just to indicate that it was this ported version. He called it, instead of Moria, he called it Umoria, the U just being for Unix. So Unix Moria, essentially, Umoria. And his first version was 4.85. That's just what he named it. The first version that he officially released. I guess he had been working on some earlier versions there. In fact, he said that he got he started working on it in February 1987. So that was, well, yeah, that was about just a little while after Koeneke would have left U of O, and 4.8 was put out by the U of O students. So Wilson got it. He started working on it in February 87. He got playtesters a couple months later in April, and he said he doesn't know how. Maybe they just saw him playing it at a public terminal and asked him for a copy, and the game then spread around Berkeley. And by November of 87, he started putting it on the newsgroup comp.sources.games. And newsgroups would have been, he could do that using the network at Berkeley, certainly. And, people at other universities or anyone who had network and newsgroup access could then have downloaded the game. I don't know if he was putting out the source at that point, but he must have been. And in fact, because this is where we actually get to a DOS version. So Wilson was porting it to Unix, but pretty soon, in fact, somebody came along, ported it to DOS, and Wilson actually documented the various ports and variants, or well, not variants, but he documented ports. And I'm not going to be talking about variants so much here. So there were variants that would come along. There's one, for instance, called Druid that added a Druid class to the game. There's one called, Morgul, which actually I might mention later because some of that code does come back around into mainline Angband, in fact. But for the most part, I won't be talking too much about variants. Variants are versions of these games that other people make where they're changing important parts of the gameplay to be something slightly different. So it's different flavors. I'm going to be sticking with the mainline versions. It's just, that's about all I can handle. So Wilson was very thorough about documenting things. His versions that he started releasing of Umoria contained a history file where he has this great chart. In fact, why don't I load one up so you can see what the heck I'm talking about? Let's look at Moria. What would I have here? It was Wilson specific. Well, they would all have it anyway, but that's the wrong directory. How about, I don't know, Umoria 5.4 color. Does that have our history file? It does. So this is written by James Wilson. He details some of the other development lines of Moria. It sounds like it was kind of a wild and woolly frontier. There was Koeneke's version. There was a UB version at the University of Buffalo. That's what the UB stood for that people started working on. That was in Pascal. There was a VMS version at Villanova. These were all by different people, just porting the game or whatever. There was an Umoria version at the University of Washington. That was in VMS Pascal for VAX VMS machines again. There was a PC-Moria 4.00 Plus, which was based on the Moria 4.8 Pascal source, which is interesting because this is the only version, the only DOS version, in fact, the only, I think the only just sort of development line that Wilson documents, at least, that was based on Koeneke's Pascal versions, or the Pascal versions from the U of O. It was this one called PC-Moria 4.00 Plus. And it was a port to DOS by someone named John W. DOSBox. Wilson says this was a faithful port of the original game. Unfortunately, this version has quite a few bugs and hence is not as good as the unrelated PC-Moria 4.87 version. So Wilson kind of dunks on this version, and maybe that was enough to consign it to the dustbin of history because I could not find any other trace of this version, and I would have liked to. Apparently Wilson had a copy, but I could not find a copy of it, which is too bad. Even if it was buggy, as he says. There was a well, then there was Unix Moria, his version at UC Berkeley. He just sort of documents that himself as well. There was, I'm going to come back to this one. This was the one he mentioned, PC-Moria 4.83 or 4.873, slightly later. There was Amiga Moria 3.0 at Kettering, Illinois. There was Bruce Moria by Christopher J. Stewart at Monash University, Clayton, Victoria, Australia. Many new features, he says, and I think, yeah, Wilson himself actually incorporated Bruce Moria, I think, some new stuff from Bruce Moria back into his version. I think it was Wilson who did that. So this Australian version, which was experimental and never got a wide release apparently, but Wilson liked it and he liked some of the ideas, so he incorporated those. Wilson, that's actually according to what Wilson himself has written, that is something that he did a lot, and what you can see in his source code is that he brought in all of these other contributions that really expanded the scope and the reach of the game, I guess I should say. Actually, he puts himself in here twice, because I believe he is also Jim Wilson at Cygnus Support after he leaves Berkeley. I think that's also him. What did he say? He said Umoria 483, 485, 487. So that was when he was at UC Berkeley. Written in Unix C. And he says of his own version there that it fixed bugs, spelling errors, and inconsistencies in the original Moria 4.8 sources, aside from just porting it to Unix. He says it doesn't have a help facility like the... So I guess the original one had a help command where you could get instructions on the game, but his port did not have that. It has character re-rolling, but few other changes from the original game. That's interesting. So then he also documents slightly later versions that he was working on, Umoria 5.x series. And that was when he had left Berkeley, apparently was at Cygnus Support. That sounds like a commercial software company, but I'm not sure. And as we'll see, it did have unified support for these other ports of Umoria. So I'm going to get into that in a minute. Here he says, yeah, he incorporated stuff from Bruce Moria, more bug fixes, fixed floating point code, or eliminated it, and made all these other changes. So he's fairly modest about his accomplishments. He's not exactly bragging, but he does document it thoroughly, which is nice. So here's this timeline I wanted to show you, because he's done a very lovely ASCII version here of a timeline for Moria. So you have, starting in 83, what we would call now Moria 1.0. This was the Pascal version that Koeneke started, and that got up to 4.8, completed by other U of O students in 85, and that's where Wilson ported it to Unix. So that was released in 87. Here's a sort of pre-wide release version, would be 4.83, and that would be one that, for instance, this person who does this other DOS port got a version of, and that became PC-Moria 4.83 and 4.873, and that's in 88, as we can see from the timeline. Meanwhile, Wilson himself was still making his Unix version of Moria 4.85, 4.87. There was Bruce Moria going on, which he reincorporates, so he's put it in a direct line, because Bruce Moria didn't come out separately by this Australian developer. There was Amiga Moria, which was ongoing. So all of these, he shows that these are springing out of this same point from Moria 4.8. That was the last sort of source code coming out of University of Oklahoma. Then there was this other line, Moria UB, which I mentioned, VMS Moria, which apparently did not last long, iMoria, which was still going at the time he was writing this, in 1990, in fact. So I just thought that was an interesting chart. And there's another version of this chart, a little fancier, on umoria.org, which is now the official continuing maintenance site of Umoria. and they actually draw a little fork coming out somewhere around up here in their version, their graphical version of this chart, showing that that PC-Moria 4.00, because that came out not from Umoria, it came out from the VMS, from the Pascal VAX VMS version, and that is the DOS version that has been lost, or at least I don't know where you get it. But there was this other confusingly identically named PC-Moria DOS port that came out from from Wilson's code. So starting from his pre-release 4.83 and then ported again from 4.873, or calling itself 4.873. He says this version was developed by Don Kneller based on the Umoria sources. That's Wilson's version. These sources are identical, except they will compile on machines with 16-bit integers, have many changes to reduce program size, introduce the reduced map display, which is interesting. Note, PC-Moria 4.83 is extremely buggy and is unplayable. This sort of echoes what he said about PC-Moria 4.0 by John DOSBox, where he said it has quite a few bugs, not as good. Here he says 4.83 of this other PC-Moria by Don Kneller, extremely buggy, unplayable, so even worse than DOSBox's, but he strongly recommends upgrading to a newer version, which would be 4.873. And in fact, apparently he liked 4.873, that, as we'll see, he incorporates 4.873 like he's done with work that other people were doing based on his code for other platforms. He incorporates that into his official version, and he carries on making official ports for these other systems himself, based on, you know, the code that other people have put time into, and I'm sure he got permission from them and so forth. Not that he would technically have needed it, because it's all open source, but I'm sure he was polite about it, and he gives credit for it in his credits. And it's a pretty awesome thing, actually. So we really do have Don Kneller to thank, who went ahead and did this 4.873 port. This is where, as we'll see, all the later DOS stuff really begins and comes from. And there's stuff, work Don Kneller does, persists and sticks around, and Wilson continues to upgrade it, update it as needed, but it's still stuff that Don Kneller, you know, put in his own port of from Unix to DOS back in '87. So I guess he must have done a pretty good job. So I have that version, and I'm going to go ahead and boot that up. What did I tell myself about this? Oh, well, we'll get to that. What do I got here? I named that PC-Moria. Now, this version, in fact, that I downloaded this from, I ended up finding PC-Moria 4.8.7 on myabandonware.com. myabandonware/game/moria-27f. And it doesn't identify it there. On that page, it doesn't obviously identify it as PC-Moria 4.873. I think it just calls it Moria or game or something. But its description sounded a little different from all the other versions I'd been finding, so I downloaded that one, and it was indeed 4.873 of PC-Moria, which I don't think I actually found anywhere else. So, and this version is also interesting because you see these file names, God, Madness 1, and Orc 2. Those are save files, I think. I wonder if I can do, I should know these commands, but what if I just do -H? Now it doesn't give me a help commands or a list of the commands. So we do see the credit screen. I don't think, well, Don Kneller added his own name onto the credit screen. MS-DOS port Don Kneller. Unix port was James Wilson, and programmers Robert Allen Koeneke, University of Oklahoma, and then Jimmy Wayne Todd, University of Oklahoma. That was the other U of O student that Koeneke identified as having contributed. I think it was like character generation, And there was something else. Was it Monster Compilation or something? Anyway, some other part of the game that was actually written by his fellow student Jimmy Wayne Tott. So here's character creation in DOS Umoria 4.873. PC-Moria 4.873 from Don Kneller. You choose a race. We've got, 8 races. I just always pick half-elf, female, I don't know. Your father gives us a random background, and we can say that's fine. Escape. I got crappy stats for I wanted to play warrior, but I have terrible strength score, so this would be probably a not great place to start. It does get upgraded since I picked warrior to 15, but that's still pretty low. I'm not going to bother entering a name. Let's go. So this is the earliest surviving that I could find version of DOSBox, and we're in it. We're running this in DOSBox on Windows 11. It runs fine. And to me looks good. And now you remember that I made a big deal out of that checkerboard block for the hallways in Rogue, in the DOS port of Rogue from 1985. So here we are in, what is this now, 87? We are in 88. So this is 3 years after. Actually, it's 4 years if you're looking at the DOS port that was first published by AI Systems, and I did look up screenshots and video of that, and it did use the same block, the checkerboard block, for its tunnels. So instead of using it for tunnels here, they're using it. Don Kneller is using it for buildings, and he's using it for walls. So for buildings, for the wall around town. If I go down into the dungeon, we'll see more of it. It's used for the walls of these rooms. And if you go into a hallway, actually I need to wield my torch. Why don't we just wield? See, one thing you notice here, so this is version 4.873. And I think the Unix version that he ported it from was about the same. You notice that when you pop up your list of things to wear, it lists food. Now that is not something that would be included in a wear list in later versions, because you can't wear food. I mean, if I hit wear food, what does it see? I don't see how you can do that, right? So later versions would just not bother actually listing food because you can't wear it. So I'm just going to go ahead and put on my armor, put on my cloak, wield my dagger, wield a torch so I can see in this hallway. And, okay. So here we go, a hallway. Remember in Rogue, DOS Rogue, the hallway was represented by the empty space that you traveled through was represented by the checkerboard. Here, the checkerboards are representing the walls around the empty space like they're representing the walls around the empty space of a room. So it's more consistent, and I like it better. Here we've hit a dead end, but I don't think this has that. So in later versions, you can, I don't know what I just hit there. You can type in a number to repeat and then hit a command. You can't do that in this one. So in a later version, for instance, you could type 11S and enter that, and it would search up to 11 times for a secret door. Here, when I tried hitting 11 to set up a repeating count, it didn't even register that. And then I hit S, and it just searched that once and found the secret door. So I kind of lucked out, maybe, or maybe that's busted too. So you just have to keep hitting S manually in this version. This is one of the most different versions of any DOS version that we'll see. So it's worth spending a tiny bit of time with you. I'm not going to spend much more time, actually. If I hit Shift question mark, you get the list of commands. Again, this looks extremely similar to the command list in Rogue. 2 columns with the keys on the left and definitions on the right. A lot of the commands are similar. Q for quaff a potion, and so forth. So the less commands, though. Notice that was just one screen worth of commands, whereas Rogue, which is actually a simpler game, had way more keys to remember. There's no let me try Shift. Let me try exclamation mark. Wow. Well, I didn't mean to do that. That's interesting. type exit to resume. Oh, it is kind of a DOS key. Oh my goodness. Or a DOS key, a boss key, a supervisor key, isn't it? Yes. Wow, so shift quite... whoa. So they did still have that. Is that a DOSBox function, or is that a... if I type this intro like DOSBox says. No, that doesn't work. So is this just a fake menu? Is that why the formatting's a little weird? Just emulated. No, I don't think it's a fake menu. I mean, DOSBox didn't exist back then, so it couldn't have been. What am I saying? Well, this is... so there is still sort of a supervisor key. What about... what if I type rogue? No. What if I type Moria? No. Exit. Well, that's interesting. What if I hit F10? No, that's just going to straight up quit and probably kill my character. Is that in here? No, wow, that's weird. Oh yeah, there's exclamation mark, shell out of game. So they did keep the supervisor key from DOS. See, this really, I don't know if that key was in the Unix version of Rogue. That's something I don't know. But it does make me feel like it's a little more likely even that Don Kneller saw the DOS port of Rogue. But I don't know. That's speculation. But he did keep the same checkerboard. Wow. Well, and there's a lot of stuff that isn't in this version that we'll be used to in later versions of the game. Man, there's a lot of dead ends with secret doors in here. Oh no. Oh no, open the door. See, in later version you could do a count and then O for repeating opening the door. And of course, like Angband these days will just automatically repeat until it succeeds. But here you have to just keep hitting O until it opens. Jeez. There I had to hit search about 4 times. So you spent a lot of time fumbling with doors. Oh wow, there's a diagonal jag there. Man, there's a lot of secret doors here. Jeepers. So remember Wilson said this version introduced the, how did he call it? The smaller map? I don't think he called it a mini map, but if you hit Shift M, you get this condensed version of the level you're on showing the map. So it sounded like that was an innovation of Don Kneller's for this DOS port. So that's cool. And again, those checkerboards will work really well in this. We'll see. I'll show you what the game looks like without checkerboards. And it's, to me, not nearly as readable. So that's pretty cool. And in fact, there's a later version of Angband that I'll show you that where the map is just straight up buggy. But Don Kneller invented it, and his is working great. I can't get over the fact that it still has effectively the supervisor key. That's so good. Okay, I think that's about all that I can think of. I'm not going to be going into the different more gameplay differences in all these versions because there will be a lot and very intricate gameplay differences. I'm looking more at just the immediate look and feel of the game when you jump into the game. That's as shallow as I'm going to be going, and I don't even have time for that. This is going to be insane. So, but this is one of the most important ones for examining the DOS history of Moria and Angband because this was the first. This Don Kneller produced. Let's see if I can get the credits with the V. Don Kneller produced 4.873 Moria. He called it PC-Moria. And so that's a note. That would be from Wilson. This version is based on the VMS version 4.8, but is no longer identical to the original VMS program. Please use care when referring to this program. Please call it Umoria or Unix Moria or something similar to avoid confusion. And then Don Kneller, here he just calls it MS-DOS Moria port. So he doesn't call it Umoria. He liked the name Moria, I guess. Well, I guess he probably felt if he was going to call it anything, he would have to call it like D-Moria or M-Moria or something for MS-DOS or DOS, because it wasn't Unix-Moria anymore. So calling it PC Unix-Moria would have been silly, right? So he didn't call it that. He called it PC-Moria. And I just think these checkerboards look great. I think this is a good-looking game, version of the game. In fact, I'm just going to say it right now, I don't think the game, either Moria or Angband, or any variant that springs to mind, ever looks better than this. This is 88. I don't think the game ever looks better than this. Later versions had color, all kinds of circus colors. They had all kinds of fancy symbols, and especially in variants. They had graphics. They had sound. They have much more complex room generation, or much more crowded maybe room generation. They have tons more monsters. They have colors for the UI. But they're really still running basically the same game. And I think this just looks much more cohesive. This is what the game was designed for. All the other stuff later is sort of jammed into the original game, and I think it doesn't look as good. I think this looks like a cohesive world. This is what at least makes my imagination satisfied that I am experiencing this fantasy dungeon, and my imagination can fill in the rest of it without needing, all kinds of colors and so forth. And the thing is, though, that the game eventually more and more stuff is added. So in modern Umoria, in modern Angband, you do start to need actual colors identifying different monsters, because there's so many versions of them on screen at once. You kind of need sub-window sections for printing out different aspects of the game, different data readouts. So you have those at your eyeball tips at all times. It gets pretty busy, and actually for my eyeballs hard to look at. This is something my eyeballs feel comfortable with. For whatever reason, that's just how my weird brain seems to work. So kudos to Don Kneller. I think you made it good. And of course, this was a lot of it how the Unix version looked, but and how the Pascal version looked, but those versions did not use the checkerboards for the walls. They used pound symbols or hash symbols, whatever you want to call them, and the checkerboard specific, as I was saying, to MS-DOS actually, and I'm gonna talk about that. In fact, right now, I'm not gonna get out of here yet, because I might want to look at something immediately. Let me look at my notes on this though, so I don't get too much wrong. Okay. So this block, it's part of a character set for DOS called Code Page 437, and Wikipedia has a whole article on Code Page 437, which it calls the character set of the original IBM PC. And they say this set includes all printable ASCII characters, as well as some accented characters, diacritics, Greek letters, icons, and line drawing symbols. It is sometimes referred to as the OEM font, or High ASCII, or as Extended ASCII, one of many mutually incompatible ASCII extensions. So that's what this block is. It's this specifically encoded character set that was included in MS-DOS on IBM PCs. Anybody running an IBM PC had access to this character set of 256 characters. One of those was that weird smiley face, one of the 256. One of the 256 is this checkerboard block. The @ sign itself is one of the 256 characters. The F in half elf, the two Fs, those are characters. So they had 256 characters to play with to make their graphics. And Kneller decided, instead of using the pound symbol that the Unix version had used, and I think the Pascal version, he thought he would go ahead and use this checkerboard block, which certainly does make for a more solid looking wall, and to my eyeballs it's one that's easier to read. It's easier to read the shape of the dungeon as formed by these walls at a glance when they're these checkerboards rather than when they're pound signs or something. Kneller, though, made it easy to change that if you want. He made the game reads a configuration file. So let's see, I'm running PC-Moria. He has this configuration file called, and he documents it in a doc file. It's actually moria.cnf. I'm tempted. He's got these save files, one called God, one called Madness1, one called Moria. I don't know what a die file is. I could try to open that, but I bet it's... Oh no, that's just what? Madness the Sharper. He printed that out. Killed by a giant white mouse on level... He was level 7, died on level 1. Well, that's not too impressive. I wonder if that was Madness 1. Orc 2 is another one. So Moria CNF, I already opened that. So it's this very simple, actually, config file, but extensively documented. And he says Moria is very easy to configure. The biggest problem here is that there's not enough room on a single 360K floppy disk to hold the DOS systems files, moria.exe, which was 340K, and a Moria save file, about 80K or so. So, wow. So he had to figure out how to juggle the game files just so people could run it. If all you had was a floppy disk, it involved a little juggling from the sound of it, or at least a 360K floppy disk. So there are various things that don't apply to, for instance, running the DOSBox we're running now, these various hard disk systems. Floppy disk systems. So he set up this system to enable people to run the game even if all they had was a 360K floppy that couldn't even fit all of the files necessary on the single floppy. When you want to play Moria, put the first diskette in drive A and the second in drive B and type Moria B. So you could do it with a 2 floppy disk setup. Or if you had a high density disk, you would do it all from a single disk, because that would be more than 360K. Other options, so this is the ones that actually affect me, some of them. It's really just this graphics one. The other one, well, Keyboard Rogue comes into play too. Most of the versions we'll be looking at defaulted to Keyboard Rogue. Oh, but this one didn't. I made a note to myself. So even though his comment here says being used to learn and hack. So hack, that's interesting because hack came out after Moria, but it certainly would have been out by 88. And Larn as well. So he had played Larn and Hack maybe even before he played Moria. But he says, being used to Larn and Hack, I prefer the roguelike interface. So he set his keyboard parameter by default to, well, he said that, but by default, when this version I downloaded off of myabandonware.com, it was set to Moria, and I'm not sure that Moria means anything. So it was like he doesn't say what the other option is. I guess it might have been Moria, and that made it use the cursor keys or the arrow keys or whatever it was. I actually have gotten used to the rogue keys. The rogue keys are, well, you can look those up. What's the other name for the rogue keys? If you just look up roguelike key set, and I think it showed it if we question mark. Yeah. So in the lower right there, that's the roguelike keys. K for up, L for right, H for left, J for down, and the various keys around those for the diagonals. It's kind of like it's like you would normally have your right hand on the keyboard, except one column shifted to the left, which is tricky when you want to go back to actual typing, but It's that way for various reasons. It's also a little tricky for me now that I have one of these split keyboards, so my B key, which is moved down left on the roguelike key set, is split over onto the other side of my keyboard, so I can't actually hit that one with the same hand that I use for the other direction keys anymore. So that's kind of a pain. I tried remapping them all over. This was in modern Angband, one row to the right, and I thought I had that at first, and I thought I was a genius, and then there's all kinds of keys that interfere with that you need, so that did not work. Anyway, that's just an aside there. So he actually had this set to not the roguelike keyboard, or at least this download was. Probably some later person who did that, uploaded it, did that. I set it back to roguelike key set. That's what I'm used to by now. So aside from this graphics parameter, the only other one that is a little different in some of these versions we'll look at, in which I think I went through and changed them all. There's this raw I/O option, and Kneller wrote raw I/O makes output somewhat faster and allows Control P to be used for the previous message Moria command. So if we hit Control P here, you can see the previous messages you got. It doesn't print out. If you do this multiple times in later versions, maybe even the next version, I'm not sure, it'll actually take you to a screen showing a full screen of all these messages, so you don't have to keep just going through them one by one. But apparently that did not work unless you enabled this raw I/O option. But the reason why he couldn't have that just hard-coded into the game apparently was because this did not work on a DEC Rainbow. And that's interesting, because I wonder if the DEC Rainbow was a mini computer like the other DEC machines we talked about. I mean, the DEC mini computers were, of course, super important for Koeneke. That's what he found. Koeneke found Rogue on a DEC mini computer running Unix, and he wrote Moria on a DEC mini computer running Pascal VAX VMS. Interesting. So yeah, I don't know if a Rainbow was a mini computer or something else. Probably was. Like I was saying, that first mini computer I talked about was giant refrigerator size. A lot of them later were more washing machine size. And then the later mini computers, and this would be getting into later 1980s, which is actually where we're at now. We're at in 88 now. Those started looking, what do they call that form factor? Workstations. And that's basically, if you're familiar with older desktop computers, it's kind of like an older desktop computer, kind of a wide, flattish box that sits on a desk, and you put a monitor on top of that and a keyboard in front of it. I mean, if you had tried that with the old washing machine sized or giant refrigerator sized computers, it would have crushed your table, it would have crushed your legs, and that would not be a good situation. But you could do that with the later mini computers, which were these workstation form factors. Maybe that's what a Rainbow was. I don't know. I just enabled raw I/O for running now on a modern computer in DOSBox. This raw I/O probably does not make a difference. It seemed maybe just slightly faster to me if you're like running through rooms real fast, or if you're using, can I use Shift W in this version? Shift W, yeah, you can scroll between. No, maybe not. I can't scroll between sectors. It just tells me the sector I'm in. Well, okay, so I can't test that here. Maybe I can shoot up and down this hallway if I run, though. Oh, hey, a centipede wants to mess with me. You want a piece of this, centipede? Yeah, I didn't think so. You're just dead now. Can I run? Yeah, okay. So see how fast that goes? That's instantaneous. I think maybe if I had raw I/O commented out, there would be a slight refresh delay there. Possibly. I just imagined it. I'm not going to go verify that right now. I'm going to pretend I'm correct. But I actually am. I'm pretty sure I imagined it. But that's something you can mess with if you want. Some of these later ports have it commented. Some don't. I went ahead and uncommented all of them in the ones I'm going to be running. Anyway, the main one that makes an actual difference that you can see, and that matters here, and that is maybe something that's worth playing with, is this graphics parameter. So the graphics and then two numbers. The first number is the character ID in that IBM PC MS-DOS, what's it called? code page 437 character set. So number 177 is the checkerboard box, which he calls the solid box. Actually, Wikipedia calls that, what do they call that thing? Shoot, I wrote the name down somewhere. Oh, they called that medium shade on Wikipedia. They call this checkerboard pattern medium shade because there's actually three of them. There's a lighter one and a heavier one. So we're throwing some shade with character 177. That's medium shade. Character 249 is the dot. It is, what did he call it? He called it a centered dot. There's another dot at character 250, which is slightly smaller. And as I said, like 178 is a thinner, more sparse dot pattern. Number 179 is a thicker pattern. So you can, for instance, try those out if you want. I mean, I can do the, did I say 176? Yeah. So we can look at the more sparse dot pattern and the other dot for floors if we want. And I don't think you can't hit Control R to refresh or, oh, you can. It's refreshing, but it's not reading those new characters. It's not rereading the config. So I have to go ahead and save, just enter to do the default file name. Notice there's kind of slow to save in this version. That's the one thing that's slow. Otherwise, it runs very fast, and that's a little different than later versions. Some later versions. Okay, so let's get right back in. It'll just pick up where I saved. Notice how it does take a moment to restore, though. So this is that lighter dot version, and this is not as easy to read for my eyeballs. So you can see why you wouldn't have used this one. Well, that's interesting. There's a different pattern right here, though. What's the deal with that? Is that, I wonder if that's mineral seams. Now, another huge difference here, which is a little, another freaking thing that freaks me out. Oh, notice also the dot on the floor is different because I changed that to that other dot character 250 instead of 249. A little weird looking, actually, kind of rectangular. If you hit equal sign here or question mark, you cannot get, there is no options menu as far as I can tell. There's nothing in here that says options menu. So there's no options menu. I don't know if that was the case also for Wilson's Unix version back then, but later versions, I'm so used to having options that you can configure while in game, but there's nothing here. For instance, one option that you do see a lot later is highlighting mineral seams and drawing mineral seams. But no options at all here. So that's it's a simpler game. What else did I say about this version? DOS port by Don Kneller. No options menu. No number command repeat input. No auto rest. Oh, right. So if you were wounded and you wanted to rest your character to heal up, you can hit Shift R to rest. Well, this does have a, so you can type in a number of rounds to rest, but you can't hit asterisk to rest until you're fully healed. I'm not injured or anything, so you couldn't tell anyway, but this asterisk does nothing. So there's no auto rest until healed function in 4873. There's no Shift W. I noticed that before. Well, I wrote the default keyboard config on invalid setting. It might not have been invalid. It might have just been the, let's say, non-roguelike setting. Okay, yeah, so that's all about all I have to look at here. Well, let's try some other graphic settings just for giggles. Just messing with this block idea. And this is something you didn't have access to all these symbols by default necessarily in Unix or something. So this is something that Kneller was taking advantage of. that could set the PC DOS version apart a little bit. Go ahead and save again. And let's this time do 178 for the heavier blocks. And let's try, I did it before, kind of a random number. I'm going to just put in 14 and we'll see what happens. That'll be a different character in this character set. Wikipedia does warn that some characters may not work. Oh, that won't work in this one. Well, we'll see what happens. So run it again with my new values for those in the config file. Well, so that is the heavier block pattern for walls. And why is it over? Wait, what is that? Oh, that was a door? Also, no, because there's these corner blocks are the different wall patterns. That's weird. Oh, I can't even tell what I'm looking at. Well, so what happened is, as Wikipedia warned about this character set, Wikipedia says some APIs will not print some code points, in particular the range 0 through 31. So I used 14, remember? So 0 through 31 may not work, and the code at 127. Instead, they will interpret them as control characters. So that's actually what I got. I got control N. So 14 is control N. And indeed, if you had to, well, yeah, so in this version, I had also tried mid.7, which was another kind of dot. That came out as a control G. But in a later version of Angband, they come out as different things. So yeah, a bit of a, who knows what you're going to get with some of those codes. Certainly 0 through 31 and probably 127. So that was fun. Easy enough to put back to... So that is the thicker dot color, though. You see those heavier looking walls with just little sparse black dots among the white. Oh, there is a... did I note that down? Yes, there is a solid block. That's 219. Let's... I need to get my regular dots back. 249. And there's a solid block, what did I say? 219. Check that out. Really does take a while to save and load. I mean, longer than you would expect for a program this small or files this small. So there's a solid block. And notice it's not solid there. What is... Huh. Is that showing me what it... Oh! Yeah. Ha. Wow. Well, so you can cheat. Because the game... oh dear. I wonder if they fix that later. Maybe they don't. Well, if you wanted to be able to spot secret doors easily, just change that character to a slightly different block type, because in the game code itself, you have to encode the character for secret doors. So what these different pattern blocks were that I was wondering about, those are secret doors. Because they are not changed. So that was maybe a bit of an oversight by Don Kneller. He really should have had these numbers also change the secret doors, because now the secret door just stands out because the game code has it hard-coded for what block to use or what character to use for secret doors, whereas Kneller has let us change the character code for regular walls. So if I search here, this will turn into it was a secret door. So that's an exploit we can run in this version anyway. Not that I think I'm going to, because, well, I'm not going to be playing this. There's another secret door. I'm not going to be playing this version. I do like a later version better, but it does have all of these Kneller innovations in it anyway. I think I just like that medium checkerboard, that medium shade. I think Kneller was correct in choosing that one, as were the guys who ported Rogue to DOS. That was the one they used, and it's the best looking one. What can you say, really? So let's go back to good old 177. And I think that's about all we need to look at in the PC-Moria 4873 by Don Kneller. But that's the grandfather DOS version for both Moria and Angband is this version. And I just found this this terrible exploit you can do to spot secret doors. That's okay. Wandering around, what the heck site was I on? That ain't it. I wanted to see if there were any other games that used that checkerboard pattern, medium shade or whatever, middle shade, what was it? And I was just ended up, Google led me to DOSgames.com, the list of adventure games on DOSgame.com, and I was looking through that list, and there was one called Castle Adventure, which I have downloaded. It's a DOS game. It'll make a little noise, so don't be scared. I got scared. It's a freeware game. Freeware games written by Kevin Bales. Apparently, Kevin Bales was 14 years old when he wrote this program. This program in 1984, the same year as the first DOS port of Rogue, which also used the checkerboard pattern that Don Kneller would use in '88 for his DOS port of Moria, or Umoria. So, coincidence? Who knows? There you go. Actually, it's hard to tell because this is running at a different, it seems to be running at a different resolution and aspect ratio. But it may be the same, or it may be the heavier DOS pattern. But it's very adjacent, at least, to the one that we've been looking at, that same block checkerboard pattern. So I actually have not played this much because I am really put off by this aspect ratio and graphic size and the sounds. The whole thing freaks me out. Probably a fun game. It was just Kevin Bales, 14 years old, wrote this game, gave it out for free. I mean, how cool was that? I found a fan site for this game, and they said Kevin Bales had been in touch with them, and they were super psyched about that. It's just a feel good story of DOS game development, of freeware DOS game development, and of our checkerboard DOS patterns. Kind of think of it though, that might be one of the different ones. Well, anyway, pretty close. Do I know how to quit this? What? South? Oh dear. Well, just gonna have to bail the hard way. Oh shoot, it resumed. I actually didn't want to do that. Get out of here. Okay. So that was the first DOS port of Moria. I'm not going to spend nearly as much time on any of these other versions because that was the most important one, really. All the later versions we're going to see use that same darn checkerboard block, and they use a lot of what at least in some of the earlier ones I looked at was Kneller's code. It was his pages of code. His C code is in there because, of course, you can download the source code for most of these versions. So Wilson was the person maintaining Unix Moria at this time and developing Unix Moria. He back in 4873, as far as I could tell, he did not have any kind of multi-platform support going. But this DOS port by Kneller came out, and then those other ports to, for instance, Amiga and other systems were coming out, as Wilson himself noted. And by the next available source code you can look at these days, which is Umoria 5.2, there was an extensive multi-platform structure in the source code. He set up all these directories with their own platform-specific code, and he would compile all of these himself when he released a new version of Umoria. So he was including, official, for his version, official support, not just for Unix, which was his main version, but also DOS. So he fully incorporated Don Kneller's DOS port, as well as, and he did that even before 5.2. He started that at least in 5.0. But Wilson also had support that he himself was maintaining for Atari ST, for Macs, for the DEC VMS machines, which was what Koeneke had made the original version on, and by a slightly later version, 5.4 at least, for Amiga computers. And we'll see the people who had worked on these other ports show up in Wilson's credits list. So he made this whole structure for putting Umoria out on all these other systems, and it certainly began, at least in part, with that work by Don Kneller on that DOS port we just looked at. Okay, so going to move ahead. The next DOS port I could find is one for Umoria 5.4, but not, actually I don't think I found just a straight DOS 5.4 port that Wilson would have put out. In fact, I guess I didn't find any other DOS ports, or any DOS ports at all, that Wilson put out, which is strange now that I think about it. So Wilson's last version was 5.3, and that was, I know when that was. So Wilson had started at the University of California in 87. Yeah, 87. Wilson's run was from 87 to March 1991. So that's 4 years. That was maybe his 4 college years, although some of those credits lists, he credited himself as that Cygnus thing instead of Berkeley. But anyway, so that was 4 years, maybe his 4 college years, whatever it was. That's all Wilson's run lasted, but it was such a important one. I mean, he ported the game to Unix. He opened it up. He incorporated all this multi-platform code into the official code, and it just made the game, even Koeneke's original Moria game, available to many more people who could run it on so many of these other machines that they might have had. They might not have had a VAX VMS machine or even a Unix machine, but maybe they had an Amiga or an Atari ST or whatever. So that was a huge thing that Wilson did for the game, and just also bug fixes, and I believe he added features himself, although I guess I'm not 100% sure how many features he added himself. But for instance, it was Kneller who added the map screen, and Wilson incorporated that. So there were probably a lot of other features, new features, game features that came along that Wilson found that he incorporated from other people. For instance, he himself was saying he incorporated stuff that was made by the person who did the Bruce Moria experimental line, and he liked what they were doing, and so he incorporated their changes into the official branch into his official line. But I guess I didn't find any other DOS ports from Wilson himself, even though he was officially supporting DOS, starting with at least 5.2. So the next port I could find was Umoria 5.4, and David Grabinger was the maintainer of Moria by that time. He'd taken over after Wilson, by his own account even. He didn't make big changes to the game. In fact, talking about it later, what did he say? Yeah, it's in his FAQ actually. He published his FAQ for years, up through I think 2010, onto the news group, going from the Rec Games Moria to Rec Games Roguelike Moria. He would post his FAQ there regularly, so that nobody would miss it, even up through 2010. And his FAQ would say that that versions back through 5.3, which was Wilson's last version, were, quote, essentially identical, unquote, to his last release, which was 5.5.2. So, Grabinger wasn't really worried about adding new features and huge innovations to the game. He was maintaining it and fixing things, and that seemed to be where that was what he wanted to do. But other people were adding things. So, for instance, I don't have a straight version of a DOS port for Umoria 5.4. Although Gravener, I know he was putting out DOS ports, because I think I have a straight DOS port from him for Umoria 5.5. The Umoria 5.4 port I have is a port where color had been added. I wonder if we have slash or a help file here. What am I doing? Rogue. Dash question? No. Oh, well, that didn't run anyway. How about dash H? Notice how the command is not Umoria either, it's Moria. So it doesn't like additional parameters at all. Yeah, like if I type Moria, there is no, or Umoria, there is no Umoria. So even though this is definitely Umoria, because Wilson renamed the game Umoria, the EXE for DOS is still named Moria. And the character creation looks the same as what we saw in Kneller's. Give me my half elf. You can hit space to reroll. Give me at least a 15 strength. Come on, yeah. And then pick my warrior. 1829 strength. I'm buff. Okay, so yeah, so there's color. And I mean, to me, this is where the game starts to go downhill. I'm kidding a little, but not completely. You notice that the color is not very widespread. It's on the entrances to the stores, and it's on characters, or at least that. So we do have the examine command here. I guess we probably had that that must have been in Kneller's version. So the blubbering idiot there is actually a white, not gray, like my @ sign. And I believe you have a options menu. Yes, if I hit equal sign, and that gets this single screen of options. Here's where you don't need a config file to change your command thing to the roguelike commands, for instance. It's just in here. I do want to show weights. Come on, give me the weights. So here's the mineral seams. I'm going to turn that on. I'm curious to what that might look like. You do have rest repeat counts. Oh, that was a toggle, though, that you could turn on off. Oh, no, that's display. That's not. So you do have rest repeat counts. Yeah. And I do want to prompt to pick up objects. I don't want to just vacuum everything up. Okay. Anything I needed to note to myself? Well, so yeah, so color was not in the official Umoria version. Color was never in the official Umoria. This color was added by a person named Justin Martin Anderson. And I think they did it with Gravener's blessing to some extent. Actually, I should have looked at the credits. Can I? So there's Koeneke, there's Wilson. Other contributors, DG Kneller, MS-DOS-Moria port, reduced map display, 16-bit integers. I don't know what the 16-bit integer thing does. I don't know, that's math. There's Gravener. So Gravener is actually listed twice because before he was maintainer, he was doing bug reports, consistency checks, etc. So he was contributing to the game, certainly before he was made or became official maintainer after Wilson. I'm not sure exactly how that transition went. Like, did Wilson pick him? There was one transition where somebody picked somebody else and they didn't work. Maybe that was for Angband. So then we have, I think these credits were probably written by Wilson because we have credit for a person who worked on the Amiga port, various people working on VMS ports, something for Turbo C for DOS or something. Somebody who contributed a line of sight code, Monster Compiler, that's who I was thinking of earlier. PC curses replaced. So there's all this Turbo C stuff. We have the Atari ST port, credit for that to somebody. Scott Cola, I can't pronounce that, I'm sorry. Two people credited for Atari ST port, a person credited for Mac port. I think I've seen that Ben Schreiber for something else too. I don't know. Ultimately, copyright though, Wilson and Koeneke, which is interesting. So Justin Martin Anderson did not. Let me quit and restart. Make sure, because the title page sometimes looks a little different. Oh shoot. Wait a second. Oh no, that's just what it's gonna do. So this one doesn't go to a title page. Oh well, anyway, maybe it does and I'm doing it wrong. Let's see what kind of, if this one has a config file. It says Umoria 5.4 color. There is a config file. Also, I want to see the news page because that would be what would show up at the beginning. That does not have this guy who had a color, did not put himself on there. Oh, this is a much shorter config file. It's just got the save parameters, graphics. It's been very much chopped down and the comments reduced. Still got the raw IO, the keyboard parameter, and the graphics parameter, and the other stuff. Oh, save file. So it doesn't have all that other stuff for like multi-disk systems and stuff. That was probably not super applicable to most people anymore back then. I wonder if it still supported that at all. Again, this is not Don Kneller himself anymore doing this port, but it still has a lot of Don Kneller's code. All this stuff was Don Kneller, but it doesn't have some of those other more hardware-specific, like, disk drive things and stuff. So Justin Martin Anderson added the DOS color. And, I noted for myself, so the official DOS port from Gravener would have, if he did one, would have been monochrome. Now, he did do his, we'll see in Umoria 5.5, his DOS Umoria 5.5 is in monochrome. But I was looking through the code, and so this is version 5.4 with color added. Umoria 5.2, the code for that, which is still accessible, has 8-color support on Macs. So Macs already had official color support, which I guess was probably incorporated. Well, 5.2 was Wilson, so it would have been Wilson who incorporated, probably from people who were working specifically on Macs, 8 color support for the Macintosh version. And the official Amiga version had 4 color support in version 5.4. The other thing I noticed about version 5.4 is that this is actually the last time we get a build note, like in the changelog or whatever the maintainer would call it when they put out a new version and list all the new stuff or the change stuff or the bug fixes. 5.4 was the last one that said anything about DOS support, which is interesting. There is at least a... oh, no, that's specifically for Moria, I guess. So anyway, the official DOS support note for Moria, so I guess that means nobody else really cared about DOS. Grabiner kept putting out DOS ports. Well, no official maintainer. Grabiner kept putting out DOS ports, but maybe he wasn't adding a whole lot to them for DOS himself, although that doesn't seem to be his MO. He wasn't trying to add new features and functions, as far as I can tell. And DOS is not mentioned again, though, in any kind of update note until version 5.7.0. I mean, this was 5.4 was 1991, or this color port was 1991. The next mention of a DOS change is 2016. So I can't do math, but however later that is, 25 years later. So 25 years without any kind of DOS mention or change of note, apparently, for Umoria. Meanwhile, there will be stuff for Angband, though. And really, like Grabiner himself said, there weren't crucial changes after Wilson's last version, 5.3. So really, we're in the maintenance mode period for Moria now. I mean, it's a little depressing to me. I'm sighing and heaving sighs here, and I'm not quite wiping tears away. But so yeah, his fax said that going back through Wilson's last version, 5.3, that was all essentially identical to his last release, 5.5.2. That was what he said in the fact that he kept reposting on the news groups. And he kept calling 5.5.2 the latest version, even though by 2010, the last time he posted it, version 5.6.0 was out, not from him, which had various maintenance fixes and an update to the sharing, the license under which Umoria was, made open source and all that stuff. It had changes in it by him, though. 5.6 had changes by him and another developer named Renee Weber. So basically, Umoria was in maintenance mode since Wilson left in 91. And at this point, what year is 5.4? 5.4 is, 5.4 is still 91. So the blow by blow of that is Grabiner made 2 minor updates in 92. And so 91 was when other people started working on a new version, a vastly expanded version that would come out in 93 as Angband. So in 92, Grabiner, and I don't know how aware of that he was. He was probably aware that something was going on. He put out 2 small updates to Umoria in 92. This is Grabiner. He didn't put out any updates in 93, which is when Angband came out. So that is probably not a coincidence that he did not have any Umoria updates in that year, that Angband was just exploding on the scene, I guess you would have to say. He made 2 small updates in 1994, so the year after Angband came out. And actually there was a little lull in Angband after the original developers sort of moved on. But after 94, nothing until 2000 and 2001 when there were some small fixes. There was a series of small fixes actually from 2000 to 2001. So that was a 6-year gap. Then another gap until version 5.6 in 2008, which just changed the license under which Umoria was distributed. They wanted to, what is that, GPL or I don't know, whatever, all that kind of stuff. Then there was another gap with no updates until 2016, so an 8-year jump to version 5.70, which actually was a big code cleanup and added support for Windows and Mac OS. So that was sort of the modernization in 2016 for Umoria. And that's where now we have umoria.org. I think that all kind of stems out from that because the GitHub code repository, the open source code repository for Umoria, you start seeing, if you go back through the file history there, that starts in 2017 from one Mr. Cook, who's maintaining that and seems to be doing an excellent job there. But it's still maintenance and fixes and things. They're not adding new features, which is probably the way you want it. But so basically, Umoria has been in maintenance mode since 1991. And that includes this period here where we're at with Umoria 5.4 color. So the color was not in the official line. It was added to this by Justin Martin Anderson. And yeah, it's not as much color as we'll start to see in other versions. The status stuff, not status stuff. Anyway, the stats on the left are not colorized at all. I don't think the inventory display is colored. No, I think it's just monsters and characters and these doors in town. I think I can go look at running away from these creepy townspeople. Nope, those are still black and white. So like this level of color doesn't super bother me, but it does start to look like Christmassy circus time, I mean, that's where we're headed. This doesn't bother me, this level, but it does a little because you have things like that townsperson. Oh, well, and this is horrible. This, you probably can't even see this in video unless you look really close, but this thing here that I'm running circles around is a metallic blue potion. It's a dark blue exclamation mark. That dark blue color is a plague on the game, and I think it's still in modern Angband. This default dark blue color is probably not that dark anymore. Oh my gosh, you can't even see that. Why anybody ever thought that? Maybe it was different on older screens, but you can't even see that. You're going to kill your eyes trying to see that kind of thing. Fortunately, in modern Angband, you can change all the colors in the built-in color editor, but you can't. For instance, in Angband, I had to persuade the Japanese developers of Angband, which I was into for a while, to lighten up their default dark blue color, because it's just, I mean, that's an eye killer. Come on. Metallic blue potion, that's not metallic blue. That's horrible and almost invisible dark blue anyway. I have it. So yeah, objects on the floor are a different color. Notice here it does not list food for wearable items anymore. I probably do have some food, but it's not listing it, which is good. Let's see what I have. I do have food, so it was smart enough not to list it there anymore, now that we're in version 5.4. We do have the menu. We do have repeat counts of commands, so if you had to search for secret doors or whatever. So lots of nice UI improvements between. I mean, it was a big jump though. It was at version 4.873, which is just after Wilson had taken over, basically. Now we skipped basically through almost the entirety of Wilson's tenure, 4 years just about. To version 5.4 now, when we're in Grabiner's period as the maintainer. So here, for instance, there's probably a secret door here in this weird dead end, this suspicious dead end. Oh, but maybe I want to see if that exploit's still here. Okay, so we've got our 5.4c config file. So there is no Anderson, who added the color, did not add in a menu option for toggling color on off. I mean, I guess since he added it in essentially a patch, more or less, probably figured anyone who really wanted to could compile their own black and white version. Or maybe Gravener's black and white version was available and it's just disappeared. That's weird to me. Anyway, let's see if I can change the block type to be able to spot secret doors. Changing it to block 178 from 177. No, they figured that out. Good for them. I wonder who did that. Could have been Kneller if he kept working on the game a little bit. Could have been Wilson. Probably it was Wilson, actually. But could have been Gravener for all I know. Let's see if there's there's a secret door there. So yeah, that you can no longer you can only spot secret doors easily by changing the block type in that version 4.873. Man, I love version 4.873. Let's see if the essentially supervisor key is still here. Exclamation mark. Yep. Is that just a standard DOS thing? Or DOSBox thing? I don't know. Anyway, it was funny as heck in DOS Rogue. To me, I don't know anything. See, this white worm is white, and that just hurts my eyeballs. I don't like color. Didn't need color. Doesn't help the game. So I'm doing like repeat counts of 11, seeing if there's a secret door. There isn't. So that's 5.4, but so it does have options. It got the repeat count. It has just some nice changes that make things a little easier. But it does have this color that was added in this semi-unofficial edition. All right, let's get out of here. Change this back. Good old 177 block. All right, so next DOS version I could find, going chronologically, is an official version from Gravener, Umoria 5.5. I don't think I have anything really important to say about this. But we can see what an official version looked like. This should not have, oh my gosh, it should not have, what am I doing? That's what I'm doing. This would have a config file, no doubt, because you still see those through Angband. I wonder if this config file will be a little more back to being a little more verbose. Yeah, so maybe it was Anderson who cut down the config file for Moria. But back to the official version, we've got the much more verbose options. We've got those hard disk system and floppy parameters. Got our old raw IO, which was there all along anyway. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, still the Moria.exe though. Whoops. Oh, that's right. This one's weird. It's Moria 88. So I think 88 would have referred to the processor. This would have been compiled for 8808 series processors, which were earlier processors than processor numbers you may be more familiar with, like 826, 836, 846. Before those was 8088 or whatever the heck it is, I think. And we'll see more of that in a moment in some other versions that are specifically compiled. There's a version that's compiled for both, that has separate versions compiled separately for both of these different processor families. So I'm guessing, I don't know, but I think that 88, because it wouldn't be year 88, because this was 1992, so it's not that. So it must have been signifying that this was compiled for specifically for the 8088 series of processors, and it would still be compatible with the later processors due to backwards compatibility, I suppose. I think that's what it would have been. Well, anyway, that's how we have to run it, just typing Umoria, or Moria 88. It's so weird. Not Umoria, still Moria, and 88 now for the, I guess, the processor? I don't know. Well, that gave me something to talk about for this version 5.5. Moria 88 and Umoria 5.5. You know, I've been doing half-elf. Let's do half-troll. Let's do male. You got to give me some buffness for a half-troll, right? Come on. 16, yes! I can only be a warrior, a priestess, a half-troll. 1844 strength. Oh my gosh, the power. So, yeah, this is the official version. No modification from other people, so we're back to monochrome, which is the way I think it should go. Look at it. It just looks, it's so much easier on my eyeballs. My eyeballs feel so much safer. We won't be confronted by horrible, invisible, almost dark blue or piercingly bright white. Again, though, no... well, you wouldn't have a color option, obviously. There's no color. These run options have all been the same all along. Do prompt to pick up objects. Show me the weights, why wouldn't you? Oh, I wanted to see, yeah, so I didn't see any mineral seams, did you? Well, I've turned those on so we can see what those look like. How about shops? Anything different going on in here? I don't know. Oh, that was another thing I want to show you, though. So, well, it'll be better in the dungeon. Will it? No, let's do it here. Okay, so messing with the graphics option, there was one thing I didn't demonstrate. What happens if you just take this option out? And you can do that by deleting the line, but it's easier to get back to it if we want to in the future by just commenting it out with a hash, a pound sign right there. So now the graphics option is completely, parameter is completely commented out. So what happens when you do that? We'll find out. Moria 88. I kind of like Moria 88 as a, it sounds cool. So what happens is you get back to the usual, and I think these were the signs that the Unix version of the game would have used, and most other versions, non-graphical versions anyway, you have pound signs or numbers. What am I saying? Pound signs. Anyway, number signs for walls and structures, and periods for floors. You can go through a series of down staircases. The difference between Moria and Angband is that Moria does not connect staircases. So if you go down a staircase in Moria, whereas Angband I think has a default option you can change, but I think by default Angband does. In Angband, if you go down a stairway to another floor of the dungeon, you'll be standing on the stairway that goes back up. In Moria, if you go down a stairway to the next lower floor of the dungeon, or if you go up, I think, you were not at a stairway. You've gone down the stairway, but then you've lost the stairs, and you have to find a stairway to get off of this new floor you've arrived on, which is weird. It's gamey, but it makes you hunt around, you know. Let's do our where command, which should not be showing food. It's not. So my torch is armed so I can see, but you notice how, to me, pound signs are just a lot harder on the eyeballs, and especially maybe in this DOS system font. It's not a pretty picture, you know. It's sort of solid looking, but man, I mean, you can see why maybe Kneller was looking at this when he was making his DOS port, and he was like, oh my gosh, I can't use these pound signs. Pound signs look horrible. A puce potion. See, now puce, that's an interesting word. It's much more interesting than probably seeing what color puce actually is, because it does not sound like a pleasant looking color. I'm sort of joking. So there's mineral seams. Those percentage signs would be mineral seams, right? I see some dark rock. That's all I see. Nothing of interest. So yeah, a dark rock seam anyway. Set of leather gloves, yeah. we have the options. We have repeat counts. So, yeah, these hashtags are, these number signs. Let's wait. I just switched away from, I gotta get my signs back. Uncomment to graphics line. Give me Umoria 88. Give me it back. There we go. So yeah, there's mineral seams. They look weird. So the mineral seams are the regular percentage line characters. They look a little out of place next to the good old middle shade blocks. Of course, you can turn those back off if you want, especially if you're not going to be huge on mining. I don't mine. I have not to date mined much, so I'm still not sure. Oh, I wonder if I can hit Control R to. So you can't hit Control R in this version. Like, well, it doesn't even say there's a Control R for refresh. Well, that's interesting. No, it does. At the top it says Control R redraws, but it doesn't. I don't get a. I get a nothing. I don't know what that's about. What if I save and quit and come back? It is much faster to load characters now. Oh, so there, that did it. I wish Control R, I could get Control R to work. That's a long hallway. Look at this map. Notice how the map is taking up. Oh no, maybe that's how it was before. I love how you see that print gradually. So anyway, this is the official Umoria 5.5 port in probably from Graviter himself. Seems pretty solid, although was it? Yeah, that was still all right. Okay. Okay, well, I can't think of anything else to talk about here. Let's get at it. So that was Umoria 5.5, DOSBox. Next one I could find was Umoria 5.5.2, but that was 0.5. 5.5 was 1992. 5.5.2 Umoria was 1994. Then again, like I said, there had been no releases in 1993, the year Angband blew up on the scene. And then there were just two of these small updates in 94. But Graviter was putting out DOS executable, the compiled DOS version. So that was good. Good maintainership in that respect. Oh, actually, no, but this was not him. This was 5.5.2 was ported to DOS by someone named Roland Roberts. And that's all I noted for myself about this one, but let's check it out. What did I call it? I think that's Moria 5.5.2 because, so 5.5.2, like Graviner would say in his FAQ, was his last version, or he called it the last version up until 2010. That's what he called it, but it was the last version for a while anyway. I mean, this was 1994 when it came out. It was the last version of Umoria for a long time. And so it actually saw not just one, but two. It would see two DOS ports. I'm not sure. Definitely this first one seems to have come out in 94. The second one, which I'll get to in a minute, I'm not sure what date that came out in, but maybe it was 94 as well. Anyway, let's check out this first one. I think I just called this one. Yeah, Moria 5.5.2. This one does have a config file. Probably nothing different in this one, but just make sure. Yeah, it's the same stuff. And wait a second. No, now we got a umoria.exe. Okay. Well, that's a change. Well, so this says Umoria 5.5, copyright Koeneke and Wilson, copyright 85 Koeneke, 85, 85. But, well, 85 was when he started sending the Moria source code out. So maybe that's when he first bothered putting a copyright on it. That would make sense. Because he started writing it in 83. But he didn't start sending it out until 85, according to himself. Wilson there, it says 89 through 94. Wilson started porting it. Wilson made his first release in 87. Wilson's first release is 87. Wilson's last release was... Wilson's last release... I wrote it down somewhere and I lost it. Well, that would have been in 91. So what the heck are these Wilson dates? I don't know. I don't know what copyrights are. Notice Wilson there is listed as being at Cygnus support. Well, they do list features here. So this is Grabiner. Lists some new features. You can now inscribe an item with a single digit, refer to it by that digit when it is in your inventory. Let's make a halfling. Female. Whoops. Female. Do we get buffer halflings? 13, 9, 13, 10, 13. Oh, well. Look at that high intelligence. What a brainy warrior. Okay. So this looks more or less the same. This is 552. I think this one's... No. Okay. Oh, no, not this one's fine. Okay. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm ready to go off on something, but I don't need to yet. So this is Umoria 552. The official one... No, this is, again, compiled by Roberts, but it didn't say that on that screen. Unless I missed it. Well, I guess if he just compiled it, he wouldn't have made a change to put his name into the credits, probably. So this was not compiled, as far as I can tell, from Grabiner. It was compiled by Roland Roberts. And that... But this one was not... It was called umoria.exe instead of Moria. exe, or Moria88.exe for that matter. What's in the option menu? It looks pretty much the same. Not going to bother changing that stuff. Let's werewield our junk. B. See what the dungeon looks like. This one-way door idea. Oh, can we repeat count there? Yeah. Oh no. Repeat my open command then. See, I got really sick of this, and I was messing with this stuff and streamlining this in my own version of modern Umoria, but I don't know, you know? There's something about pressing all these crazy keys. Even though I'm bad at it. Oh, we got icky things. I'm glad they're not actually white, though. They're just gray. Oh, so then you've got stuck doors. Smash the door. Okay. Oh, the door is stuck. Did I... can I repeat smashing? No. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm not going to worry about that. So... Well, I think that's just about all I have to look at in this version of 552. DOS port of 552. No, this was the end. Was it the end of Gravener's? Well, no, not exactly, but not a whole lot was going on. Well, it was the end for a while of updates. All right, let's get out of here. Okay, but as I was saying, that port was not by Gravener. That was Roland Roberts, and it was not the only port, DOS port even, of 552. There was another port, and I think maybe at the time, but I'm not sure, a DOS port by Ben Shadwick. I guess I am. So Gravener would later call this port by Ben Shadwick to DOS of 552. In his FAQ, he called this the executable for the PAC. He did not list this one as the one to get. He did not list Roland Roberts. He listed this one from Ben Shadwick. And maybe that's just because this one was specifically compiled for the later processors, for 386s and stuff. I don't know if that means it didn't run on a 8086, but it seems to have been specifically compiled with newer processors in mind. In theory, that would make it more efficient on those processors, and it could use built-in functions that they would have had that earlier processors wouldn't, I think. But as far as DOSBox is going to be concerned, there is a sort of important difference. I think the config file remains the same. Well, we've got some more docs. What is this? What? CWSDPMI.exe. Provide DPMI services for... Oh, well, DJGPP is the compiler. So this would be a document for compiling. I wonder if Shadwick just put this stuff in here or left it in here. What does this README say? Umoria 5. This is Umoria 552 compiled for IBM PCs, MS-DOS, WinXX using DJGPP 2.01 and PD curses 2.2. So this is written by Ben Shadwick. DJGPP is a 32-bit protected mode compiler. It means that your programs compiled under it will require an 386 processor, I don't know, or higher. If you don't have a 386 or higher, you will need to use more 55288.zip instead, which was probably that version we were just looking at, compiled by Roland Roberts. So there's a whole doc subdirectory. Requires a DPMI server to run. Well, still got the config file. Still pretty much the same thing Kneller wrote, except somebody put this version number at the top. And, oh, errors. That's not a doc you want to see. Some of this probably should have been cleaned up. There's a FAQ. Is this the FAQ? This would be the FAQ probably that Gravener was posting on, news groups. Features new. Well, this can't all be in 552. Can die of starvation. What an innovation. Wait a second. You could do that in Rogue. Oh, well, those are notes going back some way. Well, there are no notes here for 552. It's just 551. Not even that many changes listed for 54 or 55. I mean, geez. 54 just says prints multiple sentences on the message line if they are short enough. Did it do that before? Five just says maximum damage enchantment for a weapon is now equal to its maximum damage instead of being fixed at 10. Slight chance of enchantment beyond this level. Thus daggers are no longer the best weapons for mid-level characters. The maximum damage enchantment for a weapon is now equal to its maximum damage. Oh. Huh. I don't think that lasted long. Well, I mean, 552 was out for a while, so maybe it did. Maybe it's still in modern Umoria. I don't know. If you inscribe a weapon with a single digit, you can refer... Yeah, that's what that build note on the news page said. Prayers turn undead and holy word have been strengthened. Creatures with fire attacks now resist your fire attacks, and you will learn this in the recall information. From 1994. Moria1.ms. Modified for VMS docs. Wow. There's just all kinds of junk in here. Oh, yeah, they had a document for pronouncing how to pronounce Moria. Somebody heard it said Mariah and they got mad. Another readme. Just tells what these various docs do. Where.inf might be worth looking at. Not that you can get these, so... This was in 94. The ksu.edu server is still kind of the default server. I'll talk more about that when we get to Angband. Mail server. Carl Hagen is the maintainer of the ksu.edu FTP. Anyway. Ravishing Nook. Dragon INF. Every breath weapon does 1/3 of the monster's current hit points, except lightning, which does 1/4. That's weird. Oh, the dreaded ancient multi-hued dragon. Alright, don't care. Don't care anymore. Okay, so this is the... What if he says it in here? He couldn't have said it in here. It would have been too soon. Notice how he specifies mono 5.5 here. Gravner is specifying mono 5.5, maybe to distinguish from that color one. I mean, I guess. Why else would he have said that? Yeah, he doesn't have that note about this 386 version being the version. Whoops, I opened all this gross stuff. All right. So I think we're still on umoria.exe now. Restoring memory of a departed spirit. No, you aren't. I don't have one. I have no spirit. Let's make a gnome. Male. Strength 8. Come on, gnomes 14. Sure, whatever. Warrior 18. Oops. So this all looks the same. Options look the same. Probably pretty much the same. Still says Control R redraws. Oh, there's more details here. Control R will redraw the screen whenever it is input, not only at command level. Control commands may be entered with a single keystroke or with 2 keystrokes by typing !letter. Let's see what the dungeon looks like. B. How late was that? Do repeat search. No secret door at the end of this? Maybe? Oh, there was one. It took me 33 turns of searching or so. Oh, there's another one. Oh my gosh. We're back to 4873 levels of secret doors. Tangerine potion. Oh, we're on auto pickup. Oh, well, who cares? Oh no. Give me that. There's got to be a secret. There it is. Yeah. Oh, there's probably one there. Okay, now you can't hear it, but my CPU fan is running, and that is because this 386 compiled version makes DOSBox take up a little bit of CPU. So all the other versions that I've run up to this point, those take like up to 1% of my CPU. I mean, this is a gaming laptop that's like 3 years old, and it was like not a super top of the line laptop even then, but a decent one. But now, see, that went up to like 9.6%. That's way too much, and my fan's running, and come on. So I doubt that even this 386 version would have been killing the processor back then on a, oh my gosh, it's up to 14%. 15, what? Oh no, it's going to kill my PC. Oh no. Oh, it's going back down. Well, anyway, these do not run well, super well in DOSBox. So I will not be making regular use of this version, and I noted for myself, it's not just this version. It's because maybe all later versions are compiled for like these other processors specifically. It's Moria 552386 DOS port and the Angband 274 through 306 DOS ports. Okay. Yeah. So it's kind of the later DOS ports for both Moria and and Angband. I mean, and for Moria, it's just this specific 552 one. There is that 552-8888 processor one, which is fine on my DOSBox. And then there are earlier DOS ports for Angband that are fine by Charles Teague that don't have this problem, but later ones by other people do. So I don't know if that's a DOSBox problem or if these ports did run poorly back then in, actual DOS. I don't know. But DOSBox isn't handling them great in terms of processing percentage. And that's about all I had to note about this version of 552. Yeah, doesn't run well. I like the 8088 one by Roland Roberts. Shadwick, though, we do have another port of his to look at, but that's a different one. It's not a DOS port. I wanted to look at it for reasons. Let's get out of here and save my CPU some life. So this, save my CPU some CPU there. Shadwick, so that was maybe back in 94. I'm not 100% sure, but in 2015, this same Ben Shadwick ported Umoria 5.6. So Umoria 5.6 is from 2008. 552 was 1994. So he ported the 2008 version of Umoria, and 5.6 was just a license change, so it's not really a big deal. Not a code change. He would go in 2015, so 21 years later, port Umoria 5.6 not to DOS, but to Windows, to the Windows terminal, with what he said were enhancements from the MS-DOS ports. So that's what I have here. I don't think this has this wouldn't have a config file or anything. So this is running in the Windows command prompt. And this is more like what you would see in a Unix version. Well, this right here. What am I saying? I don't know. That's just more of a modern news page. Well, shoot. Wait a second. What am I thinking of? This isn't it. This isn't what I want. No, it's not. This ain't it. Sorry, never mind. Don't pay attention to that. Well, over here, we'll take a look at this. So this is what modern Umoria looks like if you just download the compiled Umoria off of umoria.org now. Is that the version I'm running here? V. Yeah, 5.7.15. That's the latest, I think, released version. You can compile more recent code, which has some fixes that have been made semi-recently. And again, you can see you've got the hashtag walls, not fancy, DOS code medium shade walls. You got this weird. The Windows terminal is not great for running this game. It just does this weird stuff with it's slow to update and run movements, and anyway, not great. But also just these Windows # hashtags, just hard to read, if you ask me. Hard to read. Anyway, that's what you're stuck with if you're running those. Oh my gosh. That's not what I wanted, though. I was going to look at that sooner or later for this, but well, I want Hunter Z Moria. So this version is on. You can get it from GitHub. It's under a repository called Hunter Z. Probably if you just Google Ben Chadwick Umoria 5.6, you'll find it as well. Or Umoria Hunter Z. It does have a config file. Well, that's interesting. Jeez. I had not noticed that before. So somebody commented out a different graphics line. Oh, maybe the options are VMS and Rogue. That's what it is. So why was Moria written in? This is fascinating. Why was Moria written in? I mean, I like how Chadwick here has put the other option under a comment. So because that first DOS port, was it that first one? Had keyboard Moria, which wasn't anything, I don't think. I think that just defaulted to the VMS. Weird. Looks like he compiled this in Visual Studio 2013. I want to see what this other graphics, what these other symbols are, and that is outside the questionable ones, which was from 1 to 30 or so. Well, that's fascinating. Anyway, if we do run this thing, so it just runs in a Windows command prompt. It's a Windows port, it's not a DOS port. And, but he said with DOS version enhancements or whatever. And you can see that he has emulated, and I think he said he did this through Unicode. He has emulated the DOS checkerboard block characters. It's not the same block. It's the tighter, sort of blurrier pattern, really. I guess that's because it's not actually printing bitmap style. These are like vector things, right? Or however fonts work. I don't want a human skeleton. No thanks. Let's see what I keep doing Shift V. Is that Angband? Maybe it's nothing. We still got Wilson and Grabiner and Don Kneller in here. Other contributors. Those are the old schools. There's Shadwick, MS-DOS DJGPP port. That's this one, Windows Cygwin port. I don't know what that is about. Because Cygwin, you have to compile yourself anyway. Don't you? It's Linux-like. I don't think I've seen that. What is that? I've compiled my own under Cygwin. I wouldn't want to take somebody else's Cygwin compile version. And then, oh, the DJGPP one was the 5.52 one we looked at that didn't run so hot in DOSBox. Then the Windows VS Visual Studio 2013 P1, that's this one of Umoria 5.6. This is the version that if you watched the Umoria playthrough on the Roguelove YouTube channel, this is the version that he played. It's a little glitchy. It's got some minor graphic glitches that do crop up. And these checkerboard blocks don't look nearly as nice. They're kind of weird looking. They've got these horizontal lines. Whoops. But, you know, it probably looks a little better than hashtags. I don't know. So yeah, but 5.56 gameplay wise is absolutely identical to 5.52, I believe. Maybe not. I got myself confused from a gray mushroom patch. Let's see. Let's see what this other graphics set, this character set here does. Oh, so that goes back to what you would be more used to from, you know, non-DOS versions, which would be pound signs and periods. Well, that makes sense. But yeah, this version is a little buggy. He had to do 2 updates to it to get, mostly he was having trouble getting run working consistently, but I think he did get that fixed. I have not had a problem with it like Roguelove did when Roguelove was playing an earlier of his versions. But, you know, kudos to him for sticking with it and getting that sorted out. It seems pretty good, especially if you're not playing with the Unicode checkerboard blocks. Maybe you won't get because what I would get sometimes would be like a horizontal column of red dots or something kind of in the middle right when I was playing with the blocks. I don't know if that was specifically related to those. But since you can compile the official, well, so that was in 5.6. The big code cleanup for Umoria did not happen until, what did we say, 5.7? .6 was 2008. 5.7 was 2016. Yeah, that was the code cleanup and adding support for Windows and Mac OS. So at 5.7, there would no longer be a need to port it to Windows because it's now native to Windows and Mac OS. And 5.7 removes support for old systems, including DOS. So, not that I know how to compile anything on DOS anyway, or for DOS. But it won't do it now. Now you'd have to actually have somebody make a full port if you wanted to get the latest version of Umoria on DOS. Probably nobody's going to bother doing that. So if you run the latest port, this is just running in a command prompt. No porting necessary. It's native from umoria.org. They've precompiled the exe for you and all that stuff. And yeah, that's it. Of course, you don't have the option to do code blocks, or I don't think they would have. Is there no config file in here? No. No, that would not apply at all. So anyway, so yeah, so Umoria now officially does not support DOS anymore. It used to. And there were some DOS ports, and I have gone through all of the ones I could find. Of those, well, PC-Moria 4873 was certainly a hoot. I think these later ones were mostly same-ish, because not a whole lot was changing, really. There was that one that had color added. And then there's the one that didn't run very well, the 386 one. Okay, well, so that's all I have for Moria. That's all the DOS versions I could dig up for Moria. So, meanwhile, and it's important to remember that Moria and Angband, the last spurt of Moria development, where let's see, that would be so Wilson. Wilson. I have too many notes. I keep losing this and coming back to it and having to search for it again. Well, it's up here, isn't it? So, Grabiner took over in 91. In 1990, things started happening across the pond in the UK at the University of Warwick. Some students at University of Warwick took the then latest version of Umoria that they had, which was 5.2.1, which I think did come out in 1990. And 5.2.1, that would be a Wilson version. And so Warwick students, Alex Cutler and Andy Astrand, started working with this source code for 5.2.1 Unix C code that they downloaded, or I guess downloaded, maybe they got it on a disk, who knows. Anyway, they started expanding it and just having fun with it. They graduated after a year, but other students had gotten into this and we're helping them test it, for one thing. And a couple of them, Sean Marsh and Jeff Hill, especially continued working on this expansion that was going on there at Warwick after Cutler and Astrand graduated. So that had begun in 1990. In 93, Marsh and Hill released this expanded version, which had been, so that was 3 years of development, of internal development, essentially, at University of Warwick. And from the sound of some of the things they've written, there was this just real sort of convivial group environment going on there that was just just a lot of people there playing this game, working on the game, giving feedback on the game, and really making what sounds like was a quite special environment, and one that just allowed for this tremendous spurt of expanding the game tremendously, expanding Umoria into something that was essentially new. And they even gave it a new name. They called it Angband when they released it in 93. Angband was a fortress in the older ages of Tolkien's Middle-earth. Now, importantly for this video, and what I'm interested in specifically here, when that was released in 93, that was still a Unix version, but it did get a simultaneous DOS port by this guy named Charles F. Teague II, who had been working on the DOS port for a couple months by that time, because Sean Marsh, or thanks to Sean Marsh sending him alpha versions of the Unix code, so Teague could get a head start on porting it to DOS. And Teague was back. He was here in the States. He was not in England. He was at, what the heck was it? University. Oh, he was at UMass Boston. Was Teague. And he would upload these files to the Kansas State University FTP server, where I'm not sure if he was there at the time, but certainly by December 93, there was an engineering student there who was actually managing both Moria and Angband files on the KSU FTP server. And it was pretty much, well, in fact, a later maintainer of Angband, Ben Harrison, would call it the official Angband file server or whatever. I have a more accurate note. Oh yeah, Ben Harrison would refer to the KSU FTP as the official Angband site. So that was how in 93 the PC port of the first Angband came out. Actually, it wasn't, well, the version that I have is not quite the first. What I have is Angband 2.4.frognose. That was the version number of the first publicly released version in April 1993. The DOS port I have is 1.1, version 1.1 of the DOS port of frognose. The 1.1 was a bug fix that was released just, was it a couple days or a week and a half after the first DOS port version came out, and Teague found some problems in it specific to the DOS stuff for the most part. So he went ahead and fixed those and put that out very quickly. So I have that version. I don't think there's a 1.0 version around. And all these Angband versions are on the official Angband site, rephial.org. They're pretty good at collecting all that stuff. Now, I think there is still a config file here. Let's see. Yeah. It's now Angband CNF. It's still got the old disk stuff. In fact, it's still labeled PC-Moria 5.x. Now again, remember that Moria and Angband development was going on simultaneously. So the first creators of Angband at Warwick had started working from Moria version 5.2.1. By the time Angband came out in 93, Angband I think was up to 5.5. So there had been changes, and Marsh, I think it was, noted this to, maybe it was to Teague in an email or something, saying that, we might not have some of the bug fixes that Umoria has had in the meantime. So it's pretty interesting that all that was going on at once. I mean, we tend to think about, or at least I think about Angband just being, later than Moria, but they're still going on simultaneously today, for Pete's sake. So yeah, we still have a config file. It's been renamed to angband.cnf from moria.cnf. But you've still got the same stuff. You've still got the graphics symbols that you can change if you want. You've still got raw IO, keyboard, rogue. But I think now we are running an exe called angband.exe. So Angband 2.4.frog-nose, based on Umoria, copyright 1985, Robert Allen Koeneke, copyright 1989, James E. Wilson. Again, those dates, especially for Wilson, there's something I'm missing there. I don't understand why that date specifically for Wilson. But I haven't looked into that, so I don't know. hacked by Alex Cutler, Andy Astrand. Those were the students in 1990. Further hacks by Sean Marsh and Jeff Hill. Those were the students who took it up after those first two graduated, and those guys released it. PC port by Charles Teague, which is what we're playing here, with TC color code by Justin Anderson. So Teague took the color code that we saw by Justin Anderson in Umoria 5.4 color version, and he took that with Anderson's permission, he says, and incorporated that into his DOS port of this essentially first release of Angband. So it's Umoria color support put into the first Angband for DOS by Charles Teague. The first Unix versions of Angband did not have color support. That wouldn't come along. Let's see, I have notes on that. I guess I can close all those old moria.cnf files. Yeah, so the release notes that I looked through for non-DOS versions of Angband did not mention screen color until Angband 2.70 in 1995. So this is 93 when Frognose came out. So not until 2 years later did the Unix versions, or other versions anyway, seem to start getting color. The 2.70 in 95 says Macintosh and X11 support. X11 was a Unix front end. And soon IBM, so that would be DOS. But they were doing a different DOS port at that time with color. So that was in 95 that Mac and the Unix X11 front end, not the ASCII front end, but a more graphical front end, I think, with like mouse support and some kind of windows. The change list of the next version, 2.71, Angband 2.71, mentions adding color to Torchlight without specifying a platform. So it sounded like by 2.71 you're getting color pretty much added to everything. The next earliest non-DOS source code still available that I could look at now was version 2.74, and that has color support as far as I can tell from looking at the code, and I'm no coder. I'm a horrible hack. But it seems to contain color support for any platform that was capable of handling color, or reported itself as capable of handling color. And those versions, or that 2.74 has an in-game option for toggling color on or off, and with the color defaulting to being on. And we'll see that here also in this first, second technically, version of Teague, by Teague. They're already noting some bugs. But still, what's surprising to me about this Frognose version is that for the game had so many, it was so vastly expanded and so changed, but it still feels, even this first version, feels very polished. And I think that must be because of it had, 3 years of intense playtesting, essentially, or at least a couple of years of intense playtesting by students at Warwick, and just this intense collaborative development environment going on there. That's you want to have good testers to make a good game and to iron out bugs, and they seem to have had plenty of willing testers from what from what they've said and what I can tell from just feeling how polished the game feels, even this first release of the game. Now, so already you can see a difference. This is still, it kind of looks like the same character creation screen, but it's not just 8 races anymore. There's now 10. Dunedain and High Elves have been added. Let's make a Dunedain. What is that? Is it a dwarf thing? I don't know. You still have to pick a gender. You don't have to pick gender in modern Angband, which is nice. Don't have, why do I have to report that kind of thing? You've got, one new class? Wait, no, Paladin's not new. That was in Moria. Ranger's new? Something's new, isn't it? I don't remember. I always pick Warrior so far. Wow, so yeah, you already start off with because you already pick the class first and then you roll stats. Can I get more than 1809? 1832? 1836? Oh, I'll go with it. I mean, I guess you can just sit there forever until you get up to 1899 or as close to it as you can possibly get. Wow, the buildings are weird. Look how long some of those are. So, on the face of it, this looks like more or less like the DOS ports of Moria, but I mean, already I don't think the buildings in Moria were this varied in shape even, so that's one difference that I seem to be noticing right off the bat. Most of these options are the same, but now you have a get key that you can enable to pick stuff up. I actually found that I didn't like this here. I like the get key in current Angband, but the difference, well, maybe I'll show you that rather than trying to explain it. There's a definite difference that makes it a little not so great here. And you can turn off haggling, which was a staple of Umoria, where you haggle with the shopkeepers over prices. Some people didn't like doing that. I actually kind of like it. Maybe I'll get sick of it eventually, but you can turn it off if you did get sick of it. But here you can turn off color. So I already have that turned off. I think it's turned on by default though, so I should have had that enabled. Can I hit Control R to redraw? No. That still says Control. What if I hit caret R? That doesn't redraw, man. I swear it's not redrawn. Maybe redraw just doesn't do it. Although I know that. Oh wait, well, so yeah. Now that when it draws new stuff can come in color. So even if I just go down a stairway, remember that stairways wow, that took a while. In Angband are connected. So I'm standing on the stairway that I came down. I can go right back up, and so now it's redrawn, and you can see that this is so far this is like the, well, yeah, so Teague said he incorporated that Anderson color code, and that was from Umoria 5.4c, and it looked like this, right? It was only affecting some of the characters and items on the floor and the doorways. It wasn't affecting the stats on the left, wasn't affecting inventory, that kind of stuff. So it's pretty limited color still, but it starts to look a little goofy if you ask me. Why add color to this beautiful monochrome game? What's it really doing for us? But I mean, it's super nice that Teague put in a toggle. So, for instance, that toggle option was not in the Moria 5.4 color version that Anderson did, and I guess he didn't bother because there must have been. Well, I don't know, but probably, I don't know. Probably though, there was a monochrome version that Grabiner had put out. So he didn't feel any particular need, Anderson, to put in a color toggle option there, because if you were getting his version, when you already had access to the monochrome version, you obviously wanted color. But Teague did put it in, and I think Teague, as far as I can tell just from running the game, he seems to have done just an excellent job, and he made a very solid port based certainly on Kneller's work. Kneller, who started the DOS ports back from Wilson's early code, And then also we can see based on Anderson's color code, for instance. But Teague, it's just and we saw that he himself put out a bug fix quickly after his first simultaneous port for frognose came out. He had to put out a bug fix, but he did it, and what the result is seems to be a fairly solid port of the game. For instance, if you look at CPU usage too, and again, that may have just been a modern DOSBox compatibility issue, but DOSBox under Teague's 1.1 port is taking 0 or 0.1 CPU on my Windows 11 laptop instead of up to 15% like that 386 Umoria 522 port or 552 port. So yeah, solid work here by Teague in frognose DOS 1.1. Let's bop down to the dungeon. Maze of down. Well, I guess we already did this briefly, but yeah. So you've got connected stairways. There are the seams. I guess are a darker grid color. I'm going to turn color off. Now you have to, so this is actually worth noting as well, that the option under Teague is turn off color for parentheses for monochrome. So you say yes to turning off color, which means no color. Yes, I want no color. And that won't kick in until we can redraw the screen. Wait a second, why did those seams, oh. Wait a second. Putting it on monochrome makes the seams draw as, wow, I got teleported by somebody. Oh wait, is that Control P? Give me my Control P. I hit a teleport trap. Wow, so monochrome, well that makes sense because it was signifying, yeah, well duh. So it was signifying mineral seams with a darker gray grid. It was not, for instance, using a different density grid block from the IBM PC character set, which he could have done if he wanted to be able to do that in monochrome, but he didn't. So maybe that's a trick he missed, actually. He could have done mineral seams in one of those other grids, one of those other gridded blocks. Maybe that would have been too hard to spot, or it would have taken a little extra specific code. Well, he did do specific code though, because it was the grid in, well, geez. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I don't care about mineral seams, so I'm going to turn it off, so heck with it. Go away. It's funny, it doesn't refresh. Not that way, not Control R. Weird. I don't get that part. I just ran into the same teleport trap and hit a kobold. Killed a kobold popping out of a teleport trap. That's a new one. I don't want to sling. Oh yeah, so there's a get key. So the problem is, oh geez, centipede. Problem is, if you turn on get key, right, which is in modern Angband, for instance, you do have a get key, G for picking stuff up that you're standing on. So then we wander over to this, what did I say this was? A sling. Well, here's what happens. Nothing. We went and stood on the sling, but it did not tell me what I'm standing on. In order to tell without blindly picking it up, I would have to hit X and then period to look at the floor under my feet, and then it would tell me I'm on a sling. So what modern Angband does, which is vastly preferable, is when you go and stand on something, it tells you what you're standing on. It tells you you're on a sling, or you see a sling or something like that. This version did not do that, so the get command is not actually that useful, because then if you don't want to blindly pick things up, you still have to enter commands to examine them. If you don't have that, you go back to the old behavior, which does tell you what you have moved on to because it prompts you to pick it up. So that is in fact better because the get key is a little weak at this point. I guess we'll keep an eye out and see if that improves in these DOS versions. Notice there's no longer, though, I think the earlier versions had an option for auto pickup, or maybe that comes along later. No, I don't think it did. It just isn't doing auto pickup anymore, which is probably good because who liked auto pickup? Who was just like being a suction for everything you ran across in the dungeon anyway? That's terrible. You don't want to do that. Wow, I ran it through that, past that kobold at the intersection. It's a turn, I guess. So that's frognose. Funky stuff with that mineral seam and color thing. Do I have anything else I need to look at? We need to show now in frognose. DOS. Not that I can think of. Still got our good old checkerboards back, way back from Don Kneller, maybe back from the Rogue DOS version. And you've got, importantly for me, you've got the option to turn off color. I think it defaulted to on because, you know, color is the new shiny thing, right? But I don't like it. But again, you don't need color. The game is compact enough that you don't need all these other info displays and sub-windows and color types to distinguish between things. At least as far as I played. Granted, I'm a noob and I have not played very far, especially in this version. But I am going to try. Not now. So that's... Yikes. Oh, yeah. So in Angband, that's why I'm getting confused, because in Moria, the version, to tell yourself, or to see the version info, in Moria, you hit lowercase v. In Angband, you hit uppercase v. That's why I was confused in Moria. Yeah, that's it. You can see the convention of identifying contributors by three initials. So RAK is Robert Allen Koeneke, JWT is Jimmy Wayne Todd. There's Grabiner, there's Kneller. Anderson is not in there. Neither is Teague. We will see Teague listed in later credits. Okay, so that's 1.1 DOS frognose. Teague kept working. So what happened, though, is that was April 93, something like that. Yeah, April 93 when Marsh and Hill released the game, and then on Unix, then Teague did a simultaneous release to DOS, or two releases actually, because he put out a quick bug fix for some DOS specific issues that he fixed. So White, Sean White, and I think probably Jeff Hill as well, not sure, but Sean White certainly, or not White, what am I saying? Sean Marsh. I went to high school with somebody named Sean White, that's fine. Wait, Marsh lost, the students at Warwick lost contact, and Teague lost contact, I think, too, with Sean Marsh. I'm not 100% sure Teague did, but people who wanted to know about Angband did lose touch with Sean Marsh. Teague kept working away then on his own, and just so he put out a version 1.2 in May, I'm counting April, May, so the next month. And here, and I do have that version 1.2. Oh, one thing I didn't want to look at, well, shoot, Now let's do it. Yeah, can I? Can I control X? No. Let's do high health. Great, great. Oh yeah, great. Okay, so this is 1.2. Notice that we've got color still, of course. If you hit version Shift V, look at those addresses for Wilson. Wilson at ernie.berkeley.edu. UCBVax. I don't know what's going on there. I'm confused. Still the same. Oh no, now we've got a whole new page. He's moved some of the stuff to a whole new page of credits. So Angband version 2.4, that was Frognose, Alex Cutler, Andy Astrand. Angband version 2.5, Sean Marsh. 2.5? What's that? 2.5. What the heck? 2.5, Sean Marsh and Jeff Hill and players at UW, that's University of Warwick. And then he's got Charles F. Teague II with color code by Justin Anderson. Okay, I'm going to get to other stuff in a second. I'm going to pause this because I need to look up this Angband version 2.5 thing. Hang on. Okay, I actually did have a note that could have helped me out a little on this, but I did find out some stuff. So this is, well, so this is Teague crediting Sean Marsh and Jeff Hill with Angband version 2.5. That's what actually happened with 2.5. So this is Teague's DOS port 1.2. That was in May 93. Meanwhile, it was the FTP maintainer at KSU who was unable to get in touch with Sean Marsh, and so there was some confusion about what was how Angband development was going to continue and who was going to be spearheading that, especially the Unix version, I suppose. This guy at Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, named Charles Swiger, I don't know if that's how it's pronounced, was kind of the guy who took up the mantle of leading the Unix version development with Sean Marsh out of contact. So he would become what, I don't know if it was known as then, but is known now as the post of Angband maintainer. So Swiger is the first Angband maintainer after the original creators have graduated or gone off or whatever after they left Warwick. Swiger's not at Warwick, he's at Carnegie Mellon. And so his first version was called 2.5.0-beta. So, I mean, you could certainly, maybe there was some code in there by Marsh and Hill that had not made its way into Frognose. That seems fairly likely. But crediting them without crediting Swiger, well, so that didn't come out until 1993, or until December 1993 anyway. This Angband 1.2 was in May 1993, so there was no Angband version 2.5, as far as I know, at that point. So why Teague was crediting Marsh and Hill with a 2.5, I'm not sure. Maybe he had access to some version 2.5 that they had left before completely leaving, or leaving for ages, or anyway. I don't know. That's a weird something that I don't quite understand. So then he's got a little history of his own what became his own line of updates, essentially, after Astrand and Marsh and Hill and Cutler did leave. So he says April 11th, 1993, that was the original release. So that would have been version 1.0 that came out alongside frognose on Unix. So he had this stack overflow problem that caused him pain. Don't use this version. That's a 1.0 version. So April 20th. So yeah, it was 9 days later, 1993. He put out an update. And he says there he uploaded it to the ksu.edu FTP as version 1.1. And he just called it Angband 1.1, not like PC Angband or anything. So then there was a second update a month later, and he called that one 1.3. This meant I did not get a... Oh, that was... He said he didn't get to playtest the 1.1 very much. There were still some problems. Forgot to delete high score code. Anyway, he's saying he had to put out this 1.3, or no, what am I on? 1.2? Yeah, 1.2. He was still paranoid about this compiler-generated stack checking, this stack overflow or whatever it was thing, so he put in some code to check for that. And so that's 1.2. So he's not... So what did he called it? Shiffy. He calls it near the top there, PC Angband. He doesn't call it specific version numbers, but he's got, at least at this point, some idea that he's making this essentially line of updates now, because again, Swigert does not come along and sort of assume a responsibility for making new releases of the Unix version until December. This is in May. So it's a long ways to go until anybody else really comes along to take control of Angband. So at this point, it is just pretty much Teague who is carrying on a sort of official releases. But his releases are only on DOS for PC. So he starts calling them PC Angband. He hasn't yet called them specific version numbers, but that'll happen. So... yeah, it's weird sort of period in time where Angband was on DOS, essentially. I mean, other people were no doubt tinkering with the Unix version or just playing it. But Teague was still paranoid about this stack issue that he wasn't sure he had fixed it. Anyway, I don't think we see huge differences here. Those still look the same. Yeah, I don't have any particular notes for PC Angband 1.2. I mean, to me, 1.1 is pretty clean, so I don't know. Teague was maybe a bit of a perfectionist. Nothing necessarily wrong with that. So there's no more supervisor key like Moria had. If you hit shift ! Sorry, Angband doesn't leave enough free memory for a subshell. Hilarious. Oh my gosh, this is good stuff. So what did he do in one? I need to go back and look at 1.1 now. I also wanted to look at something else, so let's quit. So if I do Angband, like -H, no. Oh, yeah. Okay, so finally we get an executable that is telling me, and maybe I should need to look at this in 1.1 as well. So -H, like for help, on the Angband exe tells you command line options. I don't know what all of those do. -S is probably for specifying well, that says number. I'm not sure what all those are for then. For WUID, that would be like a Unix thingy. -D. -U would be loading a save file, specifying a save file to load. I think current Angband still has that. What the heck? Is AFNOR one thing, or is that a bunch of different things? I don't know. Oh man, Farmer Maggot showed up. Let's look and see if there's a config file or maybe a... well, that probably would have been in 1.1 though if there had been documentation on the command line parameters. Oh, now this says configuration file for PC-Moria 5X, also for PC Angband. So that's interesting. You're saying PC-Moria 5X for the DOS ports for Moria. Same stuff there. Bug list. This bones folder is new to Angband. That's where the game will, in theory, write out files based on if you have a character who dies, they'll get a bones sort of remnant of themselves in this folder. Actually, that wasn't there in 1.1. It wasn't there in 1.2 either. I made that one. Teague had a README note. Okay, let's go back to, well, okay, let me finish looking at 1.2. I just want to see if, in fact, I want to see if they explain the command line options. Angband doc, no. CK list, no. Wow, they just give you a list of unique monsters, I guess. Spoilers. Yeah, I had to make a bones folder in frognose. What he actually said though in some document in here. readme.pc. Here's the executable. This is from frognose, or 1.1 version of DOS version of frognose. Here's the executable version of Angband for the PC. It uses no 286, 386, or 486 code, so it should run on all PC systems. That must be why it runs so nice in DOSBox. Before playing this game, you should create a directory named Bones as a subdir of wherever you intend to play. So it doesn't say why to do that. It was a new feature in Angband. It was not in Moria. There were explanations by him to news groups that I found. Well, so people knew that this is where it saves these player ghosts, essentially. So if a character of yours dies, they can come back as a ghost. The game will save a record of them in that Bones directory if you have made one there. And can bring them back as a ghost to attack you, and you can fight them. Your later characters, I mean, can fight them. Why he didn't include a Bones folder in his 1.1 release, I don't know. He didn't in the 1.2 release either, even though he had told you in 1.1 to put a folder in. Like, why didn't he have folders in those? Just empty folders. Just put them in there. He could have done that himself, but he didn't. Maybe there was some problem with, he was distributing these as self-extracting EXEs to the FTP. Maybe those would have choked on an empty directory. Could that have been it? That seems unlikely. Anyway, his later ones did have a Bones directory pre-made in them. But you can actually just make your own Bones file. You can make one up if you want, make up a ghost. He said, this was in a news group post. He says, Bones files are just text files with 4 lines in them. Just make up a name, put it in the first line, pick a number of HPs, hit points, put it in the second line, pick a race, figure out the number for it, put it in the 3rd/4th line. Sorry, I forget. Pick a class, figure out the correct number, put it in the other 4th or 3rd line. Then name the file to the dungeon level where this fictional ghost died. 1,000 feet equals 20th level, so file name is 20. 50 feet equals first level, so file name is 1, etc. So I guess you can only have one ghost per floor of the dungeon. And the ghost feature was taken out later on by a later maintainer who looked at the code for it and was horrified by how hacky it was, as he called it, and he said he would re-implement it, rewrite it for the next version, which would have been 2.8. That never happened. There's still no ghosts in Angband to this day, or player ghosts. Yeah. Okay. So this is in the README for frognose. PC Angband has all the features of Angband, and it runs in color. Color code was adapted directly from Justin Anderson's color code for Umoria 5.4. He says the game's a memory hog. Uses TurboC's overlay system to fit into memory. So I guess that's what TurboC is about, is this memory optimization, maybe. Talks about how he compiled it and how he can fit it into the memory of the computers back then. He talks about the folks at the KSU, where this FTP server is that everybody used. I don't know if that's because KSU was just generous with their FTP space, or if they were sort of central USA, so that was seen as a good distribution point for the states. I don't know. Or the world, I don't know. Notes about compiling under Turbo C++. Oh, well. So Turbo C++ at least is a compiler. I don't know this stuff. But I'm not finding a description of... that's not nothing. Of the command line options, which is too bad. I haven't seen that anywhere before. He's got in-game commands. What's new? That's the bug fix notes. Fixes a serious stack overflow problem. Monochrome monitors show dark gray monsters and item as black spaces. Oh. There's now an option to turn off color. Oh, so that's why he put the color off. So he wasn't going to have a color option in, it sounds like, but monochrome monitors obviously were having a problem with dark gray, so he had to. So 1.1 didn't have a monochrome option. I guess. Yeah, good enough. Something about scrolls and saves. So I'm not sure if this well, properly ID'd. That doesn't sound like it might have been. That might have been in Unix as well. Not clear though. He's talking about IDs. Maybe that was a numeric issue with the DOS version somehow. Potion of self-knowledge will now correctly identify slay evil. That also doesn't sound like it would have been a DOS specific thing, but I don't know. Minor change the potion code. Several potions will ID correctly, but it's all about IDs, so maybe there was a DOS specific thing with IDs on items. HPs for some high-level unique monsters have been fixed. A wraparound problem with a list array. Experience gained from high-level spells has been fixed. Monster pits no longer always considered special. As you get deeper and deeper, monster pits are less likely to give you the special message. This was how the Unix code worked, but a 16-bit wraparound caused all monster pits to be special on the PC version. So that definitely was a PC-specific bug. This version seems to require slightly less memory. All right. But yeah, no definition of those command line options. I know that one of them is for specifying a save file if you need to do that, but I'm not sure about those others. Shoot. But let's see what... First of all, if there are command line options in the frognose release. Yeah, same ones. What if you can do dash question mark? Yeah. And then I want to see if there's a supervisor button or if what it does anyway. In 1.1. Nope, same thing, same joke. Angband doesn't leave enough free memory for a subshell. I mean, he was definitely concerned about memory uptake, but I think that's still a bit of a joke. At least I find it amusing. All right. Let's go along now to his PC Angband 131. So I don't think PC Angband 1.3 is still available. 131 was another sort of quick bug fix he put out, which was for fixing bugs that he found out about or found in 1.3. That's not right. What do we got here as far as docs go? Config file, still Don Kneller's stuff. News, that's just the credits list. Back up your characters, he says. Oh, so we'll see this when we run it. So it still says Angband 2.4 frognose. Maybe he didn't quite feel like he had the juice or the authority or wanted to identify it as a new, full-on new version of a game. But he had started, I think in 1.2. What does he say is new in 1.2? New in first update, that's 1.1. New in second update, 1.2. Okay. So in 1.2, this is the stuff that Teague added. He added a look command that also, well, there was a look command, but now it tells you how hurt monsters are. So that's kind of a new feature. There's a rotted trap location. That's a new feature. That was supposed to be to make it easier for warriors, so they aren't stumbling into traps all the time. Well, I play a warrior. I guess I'll see how I like that one. Corrected misspellings and monster descriptions. That was the thing that there was that thing he noted about the high score table not deleting things. Added auto roller. I never really got the auto roller thing, which he took from Druid Moria. Druid Moria, I did mention that was a variant of Moria, so that's interesting. That's where auto roller came from, was a Moria variant. I don't really understand the whole auto roller thing, but anyway. High score display colorized. Write out your character description to a file. That's something that's in modern Angband. Enlightenment potions, lots of bug fixed, including summoning group monsters are all lit properly. No need to use the G key to enter a shop. Oh, that's weird. Did you need the G key to enter a shop? Whoa. Quest code fixed. I don't know. If I want to enter a shop, I'm not in town. Let's go back to town. No, I don't need to. I think I read some note about this. Like certain, maybe it was some kind of setup needed to hit G to enter a shop. Is that if you have the G on? Oh my goodness, there's a whole mob of filthy street urchins after me. Uh-oh. So what if I turn G on? Oh, you do. Well, I'm not using G anyway because it's goofy. Oh, they already picked my pocket. Oh my gosh, this is a disaster. Well, so yeah, don't use G in frognose. Not only is it not, it's just not efficient, it's also not efficient for getting into shop doors, weirdly. I wonder if that bug was in, the Unix version, but nobody is working officially on the Unix version now, so felt he had to go ahead and fix all this stuff himself. He was, I think he was a bit of a perfectionist. Okay. Well, I don't have, okay, so if I'm playing frognose, I at least don't have to worry about that because I'm not using G. Okay, but he is calling this definitely by 1 through 1. He's calling it, well, no, he calls it PC release. Oh, what's the other thing I wanted to look at in frognose, though? Oh, yeah, Supervisor Key. All right, I already checked that. Let's get out. Okay, let's go back to 1.1. And 3.1. 3.1? No. I have too many versions. No. Oh my gosh. That's why. So he continues updating his what's new file. This is for 1.3, which he... Oh, that's the minor update to 1.3. So 1.3 was a huge update. So he is taking on himself more and more, expanding the game and adding features. This is a big one. Morgul's targeting code has been added. So Morgul was a variant for Umoria. Oh, he hadn't been able to reach the author to ask permission to use it. So he couldn't guarantee it would stay. That's interesting. Huh. But yeah, it's a big one because up to this point and through official Umoria, if you had like a missile weapon or I think even spells that could fire as missiles, you could only shoot them in, I think, was it either the 4 or at some point maybe the 8 cardinal directions or whatever directions, diagonals. Whereas monsters apparently could shoot at you at all kinds of angles if they wanted to, if they had the right kinds of missiles. Well, players complained about that. It wasn't fair, blah, blah. So the Morgul variant, for instance, this Chris Wilde put it in there. I haven't played that one. And then, as he has done with other stuff, Teague went and got that and incorporated into his PC Angband, as he's actually calling it now. I kind of think, it's a huge balance change, really, to the game. The way I've been playing modern Angband a bit, and as a warrior, there's so many times where you can just sit there with a bow. I'm not even a ranger who's the best archer type. I'm just a warrior, just sitting there with a bow, just taking down huge hordes of enemy creatures coming at me before they can even get to me, just with my bow. And so it really changes the dynamic of the game, and I'm not sure it helps, overall. Before you had targeting code, you had if you wanted to shoot somebody who was off the 8 directions, you had to move. So it forced you to play this weird tactical positioning game, which of course you could say is not fair, or you complain about, or it's a pain, but still, it was making you play the game. Whereas if you have this targeting code that lets you just shoot at any point that you can see from your current point. You don't have to move. You can just stand there like a lump and just fire away. And it's, I don't know. I'm going to play without it and we'll see how it goes. So that was definitely a big thing, and that is referred to a lot. Oh, here's where it took a change from Umoria 5.5 that we had noted for 5.5, where it could put multiple messages on the line. That was like the one update to 5.5, wasn't it? So he put that in his Angband 1.3. So yeah, so I mean, these are going on simultaneously. So he's taking enhancements made. Well, there's one enhancement that was made to Umoria, and he incorporates that into his DOS Angband, PC Angband, as he had started calling it. Umoria 55.5 inventory sorting, which keeps spellbooks in order, was put in, later expanded by patches. So wow. So more stuff from Umoria. I don't remember reading about that in Umoria either. Those patch notes for Umoria, build notes. The money bug has been fixed, whatever that is. But anyway, so we're at full-on development of roguelike in these Angband or PC Angband releases that Teague is doing now, and these are only for DOS. So yeah, the Angband action in late '93, whenever this is definitely on DOS, and Teague was just doing large amounts of work. Now, is this a bit kitchen sinky? I mean, he's taking changes from all over the place, and did he think about how big a targeting, a balance change targeting code is? I don't know. I mean, he had made a balance change to add in rods of trap detection in 1.2 for warriors, because apparently somebody felt warriors had it too rough bumbling into traps all the time. But it's not clear that Teague had his own large group of, local playtesters at UMass Boston, like the guys at Warwick had at Warwick. So, maybe, I don't know. It's too bad every developer can't have just a big gang of eager playtesters. I mean, you kind of do these days online if you're fortunate, but there's still something about, I think, that atmosphere that was going on in Warwick. Lots of other changes from Umoria 5.2.1 to Umoria 5.5 applied. 5.2.1, of course, was where Angband forked from in the first place. So he's taking all kinds of stuff from Umoria, just putting it in. It is sounding a little kitchen sinky. And then he put out another quick change to take it from 1.3 to 1.3.1, which is the one I have. I don't think you can get 1.3 itself anymore. I've returned to a single executable. What does that mean? Maybe that's why 1.3 isn't available anymore. What's with a double executable? I don't know. Well, there was that thing at the start. Slightly increased the size of the executable. He had that stack overflow. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe he was confident he had fixed the stack overflow. Angband has been optimized somewhat. Still a lot of concerns about fitting the game into memory back at the time. Inventory sort changed again. This one is safe, so again, like maybe the one he took from Umoria had some problems. Bug in the inventory sort that caused people's weapon to vanish is fixed. Oh dear. So he had made that problem with taking the Umoria stuff, it sounds like. Bug caused the game to lock up during Nexus press. Wonder when that started. Minor errors relating to targeting code and ball spells. Uh-oh. That would have started in 1.2. Bugs relating to targeting code and bash spike door, disarm, open, close commands have been fixed. Boy. Now such a thing as a giant pit. It's found at the same depth as troll pits. Oh, a giant pit. Giants are on average weaker than trolls, but immune to... words of recall still ask if you mean it, no longer exit if you hit return. Oh, but you would lose your scroll if you did that. Wow. Oh boy. Door lighting has been fixed, so lighting a room shouldn't flood into another room. See, I want to play frognose Angband, but it sounded like there's these bugs, although it's not entirely clear, because he did have another lighting change earlier. So a lot of these changes could have been caused by changes he was making in his own versions, already. Because again, he didn't have this local intense testing going on, probably. Rods can be recharged with recharging scrolls/spells. That's weird. Why do you need to recharge rods? They recharge themselves. The recharge time of the rod will be lessened. Is that still possible in Angband? That sounds a little weird. Pseudo ID of warriors, rogues, paladins will tell you what letter item is noticed. Oh, that's nice. Detect magic, cursed ability of other classes still doesn't. It's supposed to be less specific. Dragons who pick up items, are there any won't pick up an item if it has XD or SD? Ball spell code change. Your fireballs, monster breath weapons will destroy only pre-existing items. Items dropped by monsters killed in blast are assumed to have been shielded by the corpse of the dying monster. Okay. Well, so he is changing it down, and that was just in the bug fix of 1.2.1.3.131. That stuff. That's the old note. The documentation was kind of in a bit of a state, but there's a whole doc on targeting. Did I look at the config? Probably did. Yes. Well, it doesn't sound like I'm going to notice a whole lot new. He did point out the targeting code there. Let's make a half orc. Rogue, sure, I don't know. Do I want to use automatic rolling? So I get confused. Is that what he asked if you want to use the auto roller? If you say yes, Angband will ask you for the minimally. See, I don't like that. Yeah, it's too complicated. Don't want to use automatic because it's not automatic. It takes a lot of work. No. Just give me some stats. There, 17's awesome. Isn't it? Well, maybe not. Anyway. Oh, I'm a rogue. I don't get a big health boost. Oh, so now you can turn off color, but you've also got inventory in black and white. Well, that's confusing. So I haven't turned off color, but oh, well, yeah. Okay, so yeah, so now inventory is in black and white. That is a little eye gouging, but so if you don't like that, you can go all the way down and say yes to that. And if you pop up inventory, that is black to not so eye gouging. Does that also apply to equipment menu? Well, I have to put on some equipment. How about B? No? C? Yeah, so you get the equipment menu and color as well. that. Eesh. Still got the get to pick up objects. Oh, so now you do have an ask before pickup. Let's see how that works. That might be fixing what I did not like about the get. Dang it, rock lizards, I need an object. Well, I guess I could drop my own. What is that? Okay, so if I put on get, no, it doesn't ask. So it didn't fix it. So you could auto pickup, which is not an option I ever want to use, but it did not fix the get showing me what I'm standing on first. So it's still not. Yeah. Whoa. Oh, you see there, it's using the rogue style walls for the border of the map. Were earlier ones doing that too? Probably. Oh yeah, so credits wise. Oh. Angband was based on Umoria 5.2.1 and heavily modified by several students at the University of Warwick. You know, I thought a later maintainer wrote this, but I guess maybe it was Teague. Heavily modified by several students at University of Warwick, England, who wanted to expand the game but also wanted to keep or even strengthen Moria's firm grounding in Tolkien lore. The resulting heavily customized Moria was not intended for outside release, but merely as a local version of Moria to run only on Warwick's Unix system. Sometime in its development, before it was released and ported, the existing Unix code got the unlikely version number Angband 2.4.frognose. The prime, some typos cropping up here and grammatical punctuation things. Prime developers of Angband were Angband version 2.4. So here's still this Angband version 2.5 thing, which I don't know. I'm confused. Something I'm missing probably. Eventually, Unix Angband source was released and ported. PC port Charles F. Teague II. Color code by Justin Anderson. So now he's giving credit for the targeting code that he put in 1.2. Targeting code by Charles Wild. I guess he might have gotten permission by at this point. Specifically from Charles Wild, or Chris Wild, and many other helpful patches by people across the net. He did mention there was that other patch he got off the news group. So PC Angband version history. Third update, including the mush bug. Stack checking code was left in as a precaution. So we did put out two executables. The first is the update with normal 128K buffer. Second, same update with a 192K buffer. As a result, this version will require more memory to run, but if you have the memory required, it should run faster. That's funny. Those we don't have now, or I don't think. Fourth update, a few problems with 1.3 version. Oh, so that's what he meant by dual executable. So he stopped doing that. Notably, so the Nexus press was a new problem. Inventory sort, that was new. So, okay, those were new problems. That's good. If I want to play an earlier one. The code to cast a bolt or ball spell and the display code were intolerably slow in the 1.3 version, especially if you weren't able to run a disk cache. Wow. This fixes those, should run better. Use the 28K buffer. So you got very technical about this stuff. Only requires 505K free memory to run. Detects the presence of EMS memory. Blah, blah, blah. And he had a whole doc on freeing up memory. Well, so 1.31 does sound like it fixed some good stuff that had been perhaps broken in his 1.2 or 1.3. He's now identifying himself as CFT. Sometimes special offers in the store seem to be ignored. Probing sometimes completely ignores a monster. I guess that means by like X or something for examine. I looked at this stuff, didn't I? Yeah. Okay, let's get out of here. Exclamation mark, no subshell. Using repeat counts with the tunnel left command does not work well because tunnel left is a backspace character and will delete the number you have just typed in. To avoid this, you can either type $H is 2 characters, or you can type space after the number, at which point you will get a command prompt and backspace will work correctly. Oh, that's a twist. All right, well, that was Teague's 131. So Teague only has one more release, which is kind of too bad. He's pretty much the DOS hero here. Yeah, so he has 1.4, release 1.4 in 1994, which was, 1.3 was in August 93. 1.4 is in 1994, and that was his last release. He says, maybe I can just find it. I'm going to look through these docs anyway, because I find these weirdly fascinating. Let's take a look at, wait, there's an ang.bat. What the heck is that? Artifact list. See what's new. I like what's new files. Wait a second, he's reversed the order. Oh, tricky. Okay, so we're at the top. New in the 5th update, PC Angband 1.40. So he definitely, maybe he did this in the earlier ones. No, he didn't. So here, he hadn't been identifying them as PC Angband specifically, but here he finally did. So he's finally calling it PC Angband and then version number. So he's definitely saying this is PC Angband. It's his own line. It's Angband. It's official. It's this thing. But then he kind of stopped. But look at this huge monster of an update. Although this was maybe a year later. He put in a whole new speed system. I saw a news group post he made on putting in. He first released this as a patch people could implement on their own by just releasing the code changes needed on the news group, or just posting them. PC Angband uses my new speed system, making speed 4 extremely fast, only 1/3 as fast as speed 3. Very fast. Wow. That is different. Monsters do not move in sync with each other, so half of a group of slow monsters may move one round, the other half the new round. What? Oh, that's if they're slow. Wow. That would get bumbly, wouldn't it? They'd just be bumbling into each other. No random factor was incorporated. You can still pillar monsters if you're fast patient enough. Maximum stats are now 18,100. What? Oh no, he nerfed it. A Hobbit mage cannot, even with a lot of potions, become as strong as a natural warrior. Boo! Racial professional stat bonuses have been adjusted. Whatever that means. Living characters added to the high score list when they are saved. Okay. Shallow depths. Monsters which are out of depths will only be slightly out of depths, preventing baby multi-hued dragons at 50 feet. Well, that's probably a good idea. Gradually fades away until 600 feet. Throw object code overhauled. Whoa. Artifacts never vanish when thrown. Well, that sounds like that could have been a drawback. I read a news group post about that. Don't throw your artifacts, but people, might just be chucking things and accidentally the artifact comes up as the next thing. They don't notice. They chuck the artifact and it apparently would vanish. Throwing of objects not normally throw will ask for yes, no. That's probably a good idea. That sounds like a good change. Many objects do not always vanish if they hit a monster. ESP will no longer wake monsters faster than normal. Well, ESP probably needs a nerf anyway. Artifacts sometimes resist disenchantment or acid damage, but not always. Wow. But you could enchant art? Wow, so you could still enchant artifacts back then. Enchanting an item will no longer automatically remove any, or you could enchant them. I never knew you even could. Enchanting an item will no longer automatically remove any curses on it. Okay, that's an interesting tweak to note. Enhanced color has been added to magical spell effects. Oh no. That, merge bolt spells, ancient dragons, breathe, cast bigger blast. Eeks. Nether bolt damage is far too little because of a typo. Uh-oh. Monster name will be shown in that monster's color in monster memory. Monster memory code will now note monsters that give better than normal treasure. Uniques have honor guards of lesser monsters. Detect enchantment is no longer useless. Ooh. Polymorph no longer so insanely deadly. The resulting monster should be roughly on par with the polymorph monster. See, no, that's not. Polymorph should be deadly. ESP code is more sensitive about what monsters are mindless and therefore not detected. Also, some really dumb monsters are only detected intermittently. Well, that's good. Ammo slaying no longer less powerful than wounding. The annoying hey message when a monster is in a wall has been removed. This was an old debugging message I forgot to remove. I wonder when that dates back to. No more cursed godly insights prayer books. Don't know. Cursed items will not have their values ruined, so you can sell them if you get rid of the minuses. Probably not worth it, but file character command will give you a listing of the objects you have stored in your house. Activate command will no longer cost you a move if you abort. Oh. Line wrapping of messages has been enhanced to be able to split a message fitting part at the end of one line and continuing at the next. Ah, interesting, actually. When calculating how many swings you get with your weapon, the code will no longer use a minimum weight of 5 pounds. Wow, this makes extremely light weapons like stilettos, other daggers, and whips quite useful for low-level characters. I wonder if that's the change that sort of made daggers and stuff kind of uber weapons. Is that it? Because in modern Angband, like, light weapons are way too powerful. At least at first. Yeah, as a lower level character, and by lower I mean I didn't get a better weapon than a tiny dagger or whatever until I was like level 30 plus or something. It was stupid. I think that might not have been a good change he made there. Oh, okay, here's the thing. Here's what I've been waiting for. This is in 1.4.1. When using the get key option, walking over an object will give you a description of what's on the floor beneath you. Well, thank you, Charles Teague. Genius move. That's what it needed, that's for sure. I was wondering when that came along. When your experience has been drained, you can still get 10% of experience towards your max XPs. I think I'm getting confused on that. Whips are no longer just whips of fire. They can be any of the other weapon types. I don't understand what the point of whips is. just in general. High-level rods no longer easier to use than high-level staves ones. Rods, I think, kind of broke the game, really. I don't know. As your character gains levels, his age will increase, or her, right, will increase, adjusted by race class, so you don't have 15-year-old maids casting Hellfire at Nightwalkers. Why not? Code is no longer prejudiced against dark blue. What? It should be. It shows up quite dark on my screen, so I had avoided it, but I shouldn't be letting my specific hardware effect code that I'm releasing to the general public. Yes, you should. The dark blue is evil, evil, evil. Ew, well, hopefully there's still a color toggle. Yeesh. The ability descriptions beyond superb, heroic, and legendary. No, new ability descriptions. Oh. Random code has been changed to use BSD's random number generator. Very good RNG from CSW's Angband 2.5 source code, or CWS. That's Swigger. So, at this point, okay. This is Angband 1.4, PC Angband 1.4. That was in 94. Swigger started doing his beta. That was in 93, December 93. Yeah, so now somebody has taken up the mantle of Angband development. Charles Swigger came along and is now starting to do releases for Unix Angband. So Teague already snagged a change from that for PC Angband. Interesting. Peak mode. Peak mode is now only reachable by adding -W-A at the command line, since it's unfair for non-wizard characters. Is that one of those command lines was? Let's see how I can't type on my right hand now. Maybe I couldn't ever. PC and 14. Now we get a nice formatted printout. Okay, now it'll tell us what they do too. Okay, so Angband-A, yeah, those AF, those were all separate. Oh boy. So -A, activate peak mode. I don't know what peak mode is. D-num, delete high score number. Oh wow. That's what he meant by editing the high scores. Enter fiddle mode. What the heck is fiddle mode? -F, -N, start new character. Oh right, I think current Angband has that. -O, original command set. Oh yeah, I think that's there too. -R, use roguelike command set. Right. -S, num, show high scores, show num scores, or all num scores. Angband -S. I don't have any high scores, I think is what that's telling me. Start in wizard mode with -W. Play with save file named file. So you don't. So I think they changed that. I think before it was a dash something. Maybe not. Each option must be listed separately, i.e. -R-N, not -RN. Well, you had said -AFNORW, so that was a little confusing. I mean, I don't know how this stuff is normally read. Notice that -A peak mode can only be used if you're entering wizard mode and oh, okay. Well, I don't know about wizard mode anyway. Okay, well, I'm glad I finally got that stuff defined. That was the other thing I was looking for. Sweet. Thank you, Mr. Teague. And, okay. So it sounds like things were, I mean, by 1.4, it sounds like he'd gotten things he was pretty happy with where it was going stability-wise, and he was really starting to pack in a lot of changes and stuff. And enhancements, you could definitely say. Not sure all of them were balance changes or additions that needed to be made. but some of them definitely sound nice. And I'll see how that get key finally works. Let's see what else we got in here. Well, what does Angband do? Maybe you had a file that told us what stuff does. Do you still have that? No, that's not it. Well, what is this? Oh my gosh. I don't know what that does. I could try running it. Well, no, I can't actually. Well, I could. I don't know. Oh. Uh-oh. Hadn't worked out that probing thing. Give me a gnome. Priest. No, automatic rolling sucks. I think. I don't know. Sure. Oh no, there's colors in here. Oh, my eyeballs. It's too darn bright. I mean, come on. I mean, maybe it's just modern screens, I guess, is probably part of it. Not an old CRT, which might not be as bright. That draw seemed a little slow. Maybe I'm getting paranoid. Look at these colors. What shops got colors in here? Do the colors really help anything? I don't know. I'm extremely skeptical. Oh no. You look around and feel somewhat bored. Oh, that's the level feeling. Wow, but the color, man. C. Not C. Wow. Oh, I'm a priest, so I have different stuff. I got a spell book taking up space. Or whatever. I don't know how to play a priest. I'm going to die. Uh-oh. I didn't learn a spell. I learned remove fear. That's not really going to help me. What about we use which holy book? I don't know. A. Which prayer? I don't know. D. That didn't... I guess I'm not scared of these monsters that are going to kill me. Pick up a slime mold? Yeah, it sounds like a good idea. Just pick up any weird slime you find in a dungeon. Clear icky thing I slew. I've only got 8 points left. Oh, so you can't just do a blank rest. That was something I changed in my Umoria. But there we go. Asterisk does work. Giant yellow centipede bit me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, man. I slew it. I can't do a blank rest. That weirded me out. Okay. Okay, still haven't got an object. What? Come on. Oh, there it is. Uh-oh. Oh. Stupid mushroom pat. Oh my gosh, I almost died. What does as needed do? That just rests until... I forget. Yep. Oh, that white. It's too bright. Uh-oh. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Oh, my gosh. These guys are going to kill me. Ah, what the heck killed me? Poison. Oh. I didn't even get to an object. Oh, I hate playing priests. Ugh. Garg. Angband, indeed. Ah, give me a dwarf. Warrior, baby. No. 1870s. Sweet. I don't care if I'm bad at stealth and perception. I'm going to crush. Let me just wield my mighty chainmail. Mighty broadsword. Broadsword? Broadsword? So does a dwarf have a broadsword? That's wrong. Yeah. Okay, here's an object, right? Oh, I feel bored. Let's do get command yes. On the floor white potion. That's all you need. That's good. And then you can get or not. So now get command will work. Will be effective. Right? Get, oh wait. Get no. I'm not hitting G. Oh, but then, okay, so you still have to turn off ask before pickup. Get. Okay, yeah, that's what you would want. So that's good. Get. Yeah. So yeah, that's cool. Not perhaps uber necessary, really. I've kind of gotten used to the weird walkover prompt thing. It's kind of nice, actually. I don't know. I like the prompt. It feels like the game loves you. Just wants to know how you doing. You want this thing, buddy? See, it's not just like, oh, you're there. Do whatever. See if you are... I mean, you can leave that there, but ask before pickup, yes. So, you want that? No, it didn't ask. What? Uh-oh. Let's take get off then. Get off. There, yeah, gimme. See? See how friendly that is? I don't know. I've gotten weirdly used to that. Watch how I take out this centipede. One hit. One hit, baby. Oh, that line break between messages was weird, though. I don't think that was a great... Oh, no. I got gassed in my a gas trap damaged my armor? Wow. Broken set of teeth? Uh-oh. I'm sandwiched between a small kobold and a snake or a rock lizard. Heck. What does recall look like? Okay. Kobold's dead. One hit. So yeah, see, look at this messaging. There's a space at the beginning, which seems a little weird. You hit the small kobold. Maybe that's always been there. You slain the small kobold. Welcome to level 2. Yeah, that's not good. That's not great, actually. I don't think that's a good change. The messages are so short, it just gets really disruptive to what you're trying to understand. You. I mean, that just said you. The last line just said you. No, that was not a keeper. That was not a keeper at all. That would be really... Oh no, jackals are all over. That would get real bad. This dwarf is crushing. He's level 2 and he's got 40 hit points. So yeah, I mean these Teague changes, you know, some good, some maybe not so great. And I'm starting to... I'm thinking the balance might be slipping a little just because stuff is all over, you know? I mean, the targeting change would be huge. Oh, I don't know. It feels like it's got a little kitchen sinky and maybe not enough. Like, you're not seeing a whole lot of balance changes from him. You're seeing sort of arbitrary sounding changes. So, in theory, he thinks this stat limiting... maximum stats 1800 plus or minus your race class bonuses, so he's thinking that'll be a balance fix, but you know, who knows, that would take maybe some testing to figure out, or at least it doesn't sound as fun as it used to be. I don't know. Anyway, you know, it's definitely harder though when you're just basically one guy, and he was reading the news groups, but you know, it wouldn't have been the really high quality feedback loop that Warwick would have enjoyed, or that, for that matter, Koeneke sounds like he had a pretty good crew. And actually, same with Wilson, had student fans who were playing the game for him when he was in college. So all those guys had that environment of willing and able and probably having a lot of time on their hands, college student testers, to look at their changes, and to test and bounce stuff off. And nobody since then, I don't think, has had that. Well, I mean, Swiger is at Carnegie Mellon, but did he have a bunch of testers? I don't know. And Teague is at UMass Boston, but he doesn't. I've never seen him refer to testers that he had working with him at school there. Well, in maybe it was in a news group post that he said this other stuff that I saw somewhere. Where else might it have been? I mean, he's got a README PC still, but that's the old one. He's got, I guess what's new was really where he was putting the new stuff. Stats 140. As part of the change to Angband 140, maximum stat values are adjusted to 100 to ensure balance and playability, alter some racial and profession adjustments. Wow. So we made a huge balance adjustment. Oh boy. He signs it, Chuck. So he was at the computer science department at UMass Boston. Well, I mean, it's tough to make balance changes when, he had to alter some racial profession adjustments, he says. He's not saying to ensure balance and playability. So he's doing this as a preventative measure, not necessarily this huge balance change, not necessarily based on feedback he was able to get. So yeah, so this kind of stuff is risky, and I think you risk starting to get things a little out of whack. And certainly it doesn't seem like that message split line thing was really tested, because that didn't look good at all. That was not readable. Well, so anyway, Teague, though. So Teague had been doing this since at least 93. And in fact, several months before April 93. So that, if he had started school, he would have started school in 92 at the latest. So we're up to, well, we're only up to 94, but I did find a news group post that he'd made in January saying he hadn't had much time because he was working a day job in January 94. His last release with 1.4 was in March 94, and he said, that's all for now, folks. And he said he intended to continue working on Angband, but releases would be slow until, quote, someone out there invents a 36-hour day. And that was his last appearance in the news. He didn't show up in the news groups again after March 94. So that was it for PC Angband. And retroactively now, like the 1.1 DOS release for Frognose is now called PC Angband 1.1. Teague himself did not actually call it that. He really only got the full PC Angband 1.4 title in a single spot. In 1.4 itself. He did refer to them separately, like PC Angband and 1.3.1 in the 1.3.1 update, but maybe not all at once. So he eventually developed this notion that he was making this full line of updates himself, but really just as he came to the full self-awareness and power of that, he had to, real life took him away. And he had to go do, less exciting stuff off in the real world, it sounds like. So that was the end of PC Angband, the end of these really high-quality DOS ports, unfortunately. I mean, obviously they had perhaps some questionable choices that could have received more testing. But, he worked out that get command. That finally got worked out over the course of those updates. You wouldn't, if you'd had intensive testing, would that have taken that long to work out? Probably not. It's all pretty interesting to think about, just the different environments these people have to work with. I mean, you're only as good as the feedback you're getting, really. I mean, well, that certainly makes a big difference. So, in fact, the next DOS update we would get, Swiger takes over Unix updates of the game. He's putting out this Angband 2.5 Unix series of updates, but he does not, Swiger does not do any DOS ports himself. And which is understandable, I guess, because Teague had been doing DOS ports all along for Angband. And Teague is no longer there, though. So, however, the next year, we do get a DOS port. There's a new maintainer, Ben Harrison, and 2.74 is what he called his first stable release. Harrison, you'll see over the course of his updates, is very concerned about the stability of the game, of Angband. There's a lot of code. He's the one, for instance, who decided that the ghosts, the player ghosts who had been in the game, in Angband all this time, were too hacky. So he took those out. He was, like, one thing, players could make their own ghost files and in theory exploit that, I guess. Maybe. I don't think that was what he's really concerned about. I think just the actual implementation he felt was extremely sketchy code. But so that's sort of Harrison's style. He really wanted things to be stable. He did add features, but he wanted to make sure they were clean. And he's actually, well, so the thing he's most known for is he did a huge cleanup of the Angband code. I think that was Harrison. So it was really in versions from this period where you would start to see a huge proliferation of variants of Angband. So we've already seen that there were variants of Moria whose code got incorporated into Moria and to Angband, but there weren't really that many variants of Moria. But you see with Angband, now I don't go into the variants a whole lot, but there's a huge proliferation of variants, especially from starting with the code cleanup that Ben Harrison would do during his time as maintainer. Harrison's version 2.74, let's go check it out. Let's look at the docs. Oh, it's no longer PC. Okay, yeah, 274. So, speaking of code cleanup, look at that. He is really... What is the bat, though? I still don't know what that does. You got this bin, you got this Go32. Wait a second, I ran this before. How do I guess I just ran this before. Well, I guess we'll find out. Wow, so this gets weird. He doesn't even have docs. Oh, they're under lib files. So Harrison really liked to reorganize things, or to organize, you could say, because there was definitely stuff that was not organized. What's IBM.txt? Oh. So he's totally rewritten our old DOS config parameters, actually. The CNF files are gone. Now you've got this IBM TXT file. So here you've got, well, actually, I wonder if these work. IO350177. Well, there's our code block. Replace, yeah. But this is specifically for a DOS port, which is what I'm running. So yeah. Well, what am I thinking? Yeah, we got it. Place dot by center dot. Yeah. Yeah, do it. Yeah, 249. So replace 35 with 177. Replace character 46 with 249. Cool. What's A list? That's for Max. Why is it called A list? And this is kind of a mess that why distribute all those in a DOS port, but I don't know. Here's a command list. That'll show up in game. Dragon.qst, oh, that's a quest. Well, I don't know what that stuff is. I mean, it looks like there's special levels made for these quests, whatever they are. K-list, what's that? This is game stuff. Don't want to look at it. I'm not going to look at that other stuff. So he actually doesn't have like a readme. Harrison, people like readmes. I like readmes. Well, there's no readme. And we've got this cryptically named a_ibm.txt. Not very well commented either, really. I mean, you can tell, but it's a little cryptic. Oh, well. So I guess we just run this angband.bat. Can I do that's going to mean, though, there isn't like a help command, probably. Oh, there is. Oh, well, heck. That's cool. We still got Teague's note on there. So this is a year later. This is a DOS port from Ben Harrison. We're still getting Teague's note. So obviously, Teague's stuff was incorporated. So that's good. Now, what did I note for myself? Angband 274 through, uh-oh. So yeah, so Teague is gone. We better watch our CPUs. Oh, okay, I got that ready. We're going to keep an eye on that. Because I think it goes back to being not so hot. What do we got here? This still says PC release 1.4. So Harrison maybe was not too concerned about documenting the PC version, because this is not 1.4, this is 2.7.4. Wait a second. I'm still in 2.4. Well, I'm sorry, Ben Harrison. I maligned you wrongly. I was in the wrong directory. Sorry, everybody. Can I do command? I can. Oh, it's even more verbose. What? Go32 version 1.2 main copyright. Okay, well, that's the Go32 thing, whatever the heck that is. I guess that's the thing you use to launch a 32-bit program. But, okay, it looks like these still apply. Start a new character, use original command set, use the roguelike command set, show high scores, -s. Yeah, those are pretty much -u for your save file, -x for parse the attribute character info in the file. Oh, so you could get a printout of a character, maybe. So fiddle mode was a wizard thing, actually. Okay, that's good. Pretend to have the player UID number. I don't know. Okay, so most of that stuff I didn't understand was the wizard mode stuff. That's good. I don't want to understand. Okay, well, let's launch this weird bat file. Harrison's kind of a genius, I guess. I mean, I'm not qualified. Oh, okay, so. Ooh. Well, yeah. So I made a note of this screen stuff, of the notes that Harrison put here, because it's interesting. So he notes bug fixes from Charles Teague, the DOS ports, David Kahane, which I'll get to in a moment. He's got credits to Mac and X11 ports. Oh, it looks like he did the X11 port. That is a Unix graphical GUI thing, front end. Recent maintainer, Swiger. So he's just given a shout out to Swiger, the previous maintainer. Current maintainer, Ben Harrison. He's at UPenn. I wonder how long he was maintainer for. I don't think I noted that. Or wait, no, I may have tangentially. So 96, no, 95 Harrison has his first stable release. Another maintainer comes along in 2000. So yeah, that could have been Harrison leaving UPenn. It's funny how everybody would do this in college, you know. I don't think that's really the case these days. Gotta put a messy little note here. UPenn. I mean, he has a UPenn email address. That doesn't necessarily mean he's still going there or anything, but yeah, you know. This beta version, so what Harrison writes, this beta version of Angband 273 beta version, or 274, can be viewed as a heavily modified copy of Mac Angband 261. What? Thus, there are pieces derived from many places, such as the net, PC Angband 1.4, which is Swagger, or Teague, too many characters, too many people in my head. So he credits Teague's 1.4, his PC Angband line, Umoria 5.5, which, as we've said, was, come out recently. And that would be Grabiner. And FA Angband. So FA Angband was a variant of Angband. It was, is that the one known as the, yeah, that's known as the first Angband variant, FA Angband. That was by David Kahane, who was credited up above there with bug fixes. I made some kind of note about FA Angband. It's not to be confused with FA Angband, a later variant. No, I didn't say much about FA Angband. He was making changes that people liked. He put out a 1.0 version of FA Angband. He was working on a 2.0 version of FA Angband, and it sounded like it was going to have stuff people were excited about, but then he never finished that. So maybe too bad. Maybe it could have been pretty interesting stuff. But it was already stuff apparently that was good enough to incorporate back as far as Harrison was concerned. Harrison was famously picky. It already had stuff in his 1.0 update, probably, that was good enough as far as Harrison was concerned. And possibly that was bug fix specific stuff, but I don't know. Harrison doesn't have like a what's new thing. Probably there is a pretty good list on 274, or on the official Angband site for these updates, but I think it was for these updates where the notes there were saying there wasn't an official change list and they just had to cobble it together from newsgroup posts. So maybe one thing that Harrison or whoever, I think it was this time period of Harrison, well, it was for the ghost stuff, yeah, so that was Harrison's period. Maybe he wasn't too concerned. He didn't spend too much time making like change lists for people to read, which is too bad in retrospect, but maybe at the time it wasn't his biggest priority. There's a variance, Angband's variance list that's kept up on tangaria.com/variants. Very interesting list of all the variants that the author there can find, and notes that other variants deriving from Teague's PC Angband line, FA Angband, the first Angband variant, came from PC Angband 1.31. Other variants apparently from PC Angband were variants called Bangband and Quangband. I don't know, Q Angband anyway. B Angband, Q Angband, F Angband. he notes this version, quote, works on Macintosh, Unix, Linux, Curses, X11, IBM, etc. So he does, IBM is the DOS port. So he returned things to a Wilson-style official support for these, a wide variety of platforms. I wonder if by curses he means, well, no, he says Linux and then curses. So what does he mean? What would curses be by itself? I think X11 is just a graphical front end for Unix, so maybe he's just referring to the ASCII front end for Linux or Unix or both. I don't know. Oh man, look at all these colors we got now. Oh yeah, so this version came with a default character pre-made, Whomper. I did not make Whomper. Whomper was there. Sort of like 4783 came with, it looked like some character save files that I did not actually end up looking at. Well, so this was Whomper. This is an interesting, I mean, the colors here are kind of interesting. This whole, maybe it was saved here specifically because Harrison or somebody was like, well, this is an interesting looking arrangement of character blocks and colors. Notice that we now have colors in the stats on the left side, and that bright green would persist up to the present day. I think it would even get brighter later. Bright colors in inventory, colors in equipment. This is a level 4 character 2 floors down in the dungeon. You've got equippy symbols in the lower right there for the inventory they're wearing. They've got a unique, I mean, is that an artifact? No. Can I examine things I'm carrying? Shift I? No. Shift I? No. So they've got this fancy Morning Star. They've got all this fancy stuff. They're only level 4. I guess, I mean, did Harrison think that to just kind of show players what cool stuff you get, or he just wanted them to start off with cool stuff? What's this all about? Why did this happen? Did somebody just leave this in accidentally? That seems unlikely given Harrison's neatness. I actually do kind of like that blue right at the moment for those mineral seams, but I know my eyeballs would get tired of it. Okay, so now this is the big expansion to multiple pages of options. It's no longer do you just press equals and get a single like half screen of options dropping down or looking like a drop down. Now you get, oh my gosh, it's a huge list of stuff. This is a huge change. Well, Harrison definitely did not mess around. Give me those roguelike commands. Ah, jeez. Quick messages, that sounds good. Get is off by default still, which is probably for the best. I don't know. So there's new stuff. This old target thing I think is new. Use new screen layout is, oh, that might be with, yeah, there's equippy characters on the bottom. Show dungeon level in feet. Use color, so you can toggle color still. Oh. Wow, okay. So we've got sub-windows now, but they're set in the interface options menu, which gets changed. Compress save files, so we've got a recall window and a choice window. I'm not sure what a choice window is. So you've got all this disturbance option thing is all new. Although you shove things like draw torchlight and yellow in here, that's where that yellow is coming from. Draw viewable light brightly. Optimize yellow light when running. Gosh. Gameplay options. Pre-compute viewable region. Reduce view radius when running. Map remembers all illuminated walls. Monsters chase current location. Monsters chase recent locations. Disable haggling. So haggling's still on by default. Shuffle doors. Wow. This is a huge expansion of options. It's amazing. Stuff can stack. Object care attribute is change index, change attribute, change character. What? Oh. Whoa. So here you can just change the IDs representing, so you wouldn't need that aibm.txt if you didn't want to. Well, this would be changing. Yeah, you can change it for both the default and the current. I wonder if that wouldn't change it in here. Would it? Maybe it would. Should I try? Change index, change attribute, change character. So I would want C or uppercase C. That probably goes forward or backwards. Yeah, I changed the block to the other block pattern. Is it 190 was a solid? This is cool because you can see them all. Well, wait, no. Oh no, Shift C goes back. Okay. Well, I forget what the solid block was. So here's all the, oh, there it was, 219. So you can make all kinds of weird stuff in here if you wanted to. There's Smiley. That's character number 1. Oh, we've got a filled in Smiley, character number 2. We got a heart. You could be a heart. Well, no, walls could be hearts. Well, that would be weird. Planetary symbols. Double exclamation points. This is all the DOS characters had. Although these were the 1 through 30 keys that don't always work, but it looks like they got that sorted out. That's pretty cool. But my fan is going, we're up to 16% CPU usage. That's not great. Am I dropping frames? No, don't. Oh my gosh. Wow, I almost screwed up my recording. Well, I don't think I'm dropping frames, but the DOSBox is taking up a little more CPU than I would like. Calm down, DOSBox. I just want to see my ASCII, my enhanced ASCII IBM PC DOS characters, you know. That was a weird one. Oh, wow. Wow. Notice the upside down. Those are used for potions in some variants and things. So that's the light shade block. That's the medium. That's what we were on. That's the heavy. Let's go to the solid. That one's easier to tell. It's actually different. 219. Okay. What was that called? Object attribute characters. Wow, that's cool. There it is. Now, if I save Whomper and go back. Oh, it didn't keep it. It didn't update this file. So if you wanted to keep it, you would have to update this file, I guess. Well, why wouldn't you save that? I mean, what's the point otherwise? That's weird. I mean, I guess it's handy if you just want to find a character, and then you can write that into the file. I guess you could say, well, it looks like you could change monsters. Change index, change attributes, change character. So we can go through all the monsters right here. Well, spoilers. Wait, what if we go backwards? Well, there's Ankalagon the Black. Azrael Angel of Death. You just go ahead and change all this stuff. Can you change the color? Oh my gosh, it's still got that dark blue. We went back to the dark blue. Why, Teague? Why? Well, my eyeballs did not enjoy that little trip. Dump a macro file. What is a macro, though? Could you... Current macros. How do you make macros in this version? Oh my gosh, my CPU's up to 16. So anyway, huge variety of options at our fingertips now, that's for sure. Do these really make our game better? I don't know. Are we getting to the point where color is going to be necessary to, I am getting all my keys confused. Oh, wait. It's not, I'm hitting numbers to input a shortcut, a repeat command, and it's moving me. Oh, you have to hit at first? At, no? Ah! Did I just... Well, I made myself a macro. I guess that's one way. Is that what... Did they think they could replace repeat commands with macros? Because I don't know. Kind of just like not having this... And then do macros save themselves, or do you specifically have to dump them? Wow, I cannot pick this lock. Even with my 11 macro. But actually, no, that macro was just doing one open at a time. That's stupid. I got it open. At is optional count. Well, it's a macro. Well, there's got to be some way to do it, but dang it, they changed things and I'm frightened and scared. Things have gotten complicated now. There's so many options. Well, the commands have not proliferated. Count with control P will specify the... No, that's not. I want to count with... Oh, to give a counter command, type the number... I was trying that. Shoot. Counts only work with some commands will be terminated by... Ooh. So they didn't change it. It's just not working on my keys here. Well, now it's triggering this stupid macro. How do I get rid of a macro? Okay, see if I hit 22, it's not triggering the macro, it's moving me. Was that? That wouldn't be numlock thing, would it? I change my numlock. Nope. Shoot. Well, that got messed up for me. Well, anyhow, did I make a ballot? Oh no, that's this pre-made character. I would not be playing this version anyway because it takes up more CPU than I want in DOSBox. Man, those mineral seams are going wild. Oh, what is going on here? It does get hard to read with all these mineral seams. Now, I bet if I do turn those off... Yeah, you didn't have to do this messy redraw business. So that's nice. Have I even fought anything here yet? What did this game do to my fights? Are there no monsters on floor 1 now? Oh, there's a monster. White harpy. I killed it in one hit. Oh, I'm on floor 2 anyway, because I'm not a new character. I'm this weird pre-saved character. I don't feel like I have ownership of this character. It's not one I made. Giant green frog. Oh, come on. You're going to give me a... See, repeat counts aren't... Well, yeah, so this is 274. So, yes, 274. So, you can change the colors for quartz and granite. Why did you have granite flashier than quartz? Perhaps Harrison was saying to somebody else. So Harrison called this the first stable release, his first stable release. But there was that weird quirk about PC-Moria 4873 I noticed, where if you save a game and then you rename the directory where you have PC-Moria, and then try just going back into that newly renamed directory and running the game to load your character, it won't be able to load the previous save file. So something that's a little weird. What did I say about 274? Well, this was the one that had color support for just about any platform. But no, I thought this one was, well, okay. No, that was a later one. So I noted in 280 that the map was glitchy. So I don't know when the map drawing walls got broken, but it wasn't doing that under Teague that I ever saw. And it's a different border. It's not that double line character border thing. It's just using probably the same characters Unix used. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe the map, the character got changed or only partly changed to be the IBM wall blocks. Like, if I guess I can try doing this just temporarily. Go to object after cars and change the wall block here to 35. Oh no. Oh, you can change all the characters. Oh boy. Well, you changed every single character in the game, I guess. Well, that's nuts. But what can you save it to something? I mean, why would you, I mean, was that what no, that was a macro dump specifically, it called it. But what if I change this to 35? Matching the default number sign thing. Oh, God, 35. And then, that, man, it looks so bad in DOS. Then look at my map screen. Aha! Well, yeah. So, I stop drawing walls if using DOS block walls. Oh dear. Maybe it'll be fixed if I change it back now. Um, what is it? I thought it was, oh heck, I don't remember. 177? Nope, broke it. Well, that was something that should have been caught. So DOSBox will not print in this minimap. Oops. Okay, well, that's DOS version, what the heck, 274. Well, you still got to toggle color toggle off. That's something. The map's all screwed up though, so that's not great. The CPU usage is high. That's not great, but it will be high for the rest of these versions. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if they're just compiling it for 386 right now and DOSBox does not handle that well or what. Let's get out of here though. Okay. So from here, there are a lot of DOS releases. The regular DOS releases, I did not download them all. They were just, I mean, every release had a DOS release practically. I skipped around, so let's go up to version 280. This is still in Harrison's time, because he is there for about 4 or 5 years or whatever it was, right? Yeah, Rollman comes in 2000. So 280, I did notice that glitch with the DOS block walls in this one as well. Also, if you can toggle off color, there's still a color off, but it didn't work on everything. So that was a little glitchy. So Harrison was picky about stuff, but I don't know about how much testing he was actually able to get done. Let's see if we've got any interesting documentation in 280. Got another EXE. 2 more. What? Well, we do have a README this time. That's good. I think Harrison worked out the use of READMEs. 2.80 is a semi-stable official release incorporating all the improvements added since Angband 278. Okay, so the last one I looked at was 274. Any bugs found in 280 will be fixed in Angband 281, the next stable official release. Well, okay, if you say so. 280, by the way, was the version that Harrison had said. That was where he said we would bring back Ghosts. He said they would be re-implemented by 281, as well as a save file change. Format change. I'm not sure he got either of those done for 280. He definitely did not get the ghosts back. Those are still not back. Anyway. We had a different homepage. So eventually Harrison gets I don't know, Thangarodrim was not him. That was the next maintainer. Never mind. Anyway. So Harrison, though, did have looks like it was just on his ISP's, the free website he got through his ISP that was where the official Angband homepage was. I mean, I could try looking at that through archive.org right now, but I'm not gonna. That gets into ownership issues with filming YouTube stuff. Okay. Well, and he's got a little summary of what Angband is. In the vein of Rogue, Hacknet, Umoria, why he isn't capitalizing those, I'm not sure. The extensive ASCII, he's not even capitalizing ASCII. What happened? Online help files in the lib help directory. This version of Angband will run on Macintosh, Windows, Unix. Oh yeah, so here he clears that up. ANX 11 or curses on Unix, yeah, or Linux. Acorn, okay. Amiga, various IBM machines, and many others. Well, now he's just talking about source code, but this isn't the source version. Oh well, that's just gonna confuse people. Yeah, so the Angband homepage is his ISP. Browse through the Angband news group, Rec Games, Roguelike, Angband. Wasn't it roguelikes? Oh, no, it wasn't. I don't know enough about news groups. He's Hackey's got compilation instructions. Export Andrew CMU.edu Angband source. What? UFTPO. So you would get Angband source off the Carnegie Mellon. Well, wait. Who is it? Swiger was at Carnegie Mellon. But this is an Andrew at Carnegie Mellon. Or maybe Andrew's something else. Well. Huh. IBM requires extraction with PK unzip-D. So this README is not just for the precompiled IBM version. We've got user pref files now. I don't think we had those before. I mean, this is a huge expansion of options and all kinds of stuff. Well, we don't have the source files. That's not what this distribution had. But he's explaining what lib is, I guess. That's nice. Maybe a little more info than a lot of people would need. These might be things that just appear in game. Nothing in lib info. Lib extra. Still had the bone. Well, so he took out Ghost, but we still got a bone file with a bone directory with a Ghost in it. Let's see what's in that one. No name. 30 hit points. And I guess it's Bono. Maybe they were found at Dungeon Depth 2. Well, let's try it. It's going to eat up my CPU. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, everything's colored now. Man, he just has that wacky URL right there. Everything is bright white now. I don't want that. Let's be a hobbit. Be a hobbit. Wait, did I already pick the gender? Oops. Maximize mode? Question mark. Oh no, this is not useful. Creating a character, I have to go in here. Random calculator. Where's maximize? More than one character. Oh no. What does the equal sign do? Use maximize mode. Yes, no, SQ. What? What's Q? Oh, quit. Maybe S would say. Oh no, wait. I don't want to be here anyway. I wanted to look at that other thing. Quit. Okay. Ben Harrison for Curses, Torp, Jorn, Lindgren for X11. So Harrison is now has a list of the maintainers. Yeah, so he doesn't credit the first bunch with Angband 2.5 like Teague was, which was weird. Oh, so Swigger is andrew.cmu.edu. Okay. Well, that's just the domain. But, so yeah, he's got that straightened out. That's good. Be sure to read the online help, especially general and version TXT. Well, by online help, maybe he means in here. General help. Well, this is in the game. So later versions don't really have this kind of thing, or at least contemporary versions, which is too bad. A note from the maintainer. Let's see if I can pull that up in game. That'll be hard to read. Well, I want to see anyway. Okay. A Ranger maximize mode, no? Well, let's say yes. Don't be a scaredy cat. Yes. Use the auto roller, no. Did I maximize? It has to start over. Male, elf, mage, maximize, no? Shift N for no? Use the auto roller. I mean, we haven't done that yet. I don't know what maximize. Oh my gosh. Minimum attribute. I mean, it's so like if I give everything a 17. No, I can't. Oh, maximum level. This is stupid. I don't know. Whatever. H for history. Oh. Start over. Use maximize mode. Yes. Auto preserve mode. Yes. Auto roller. No. Well, I'm a mage, so health or strength ain't gonna be great. 13 intelligence ain't great. Reroll. Okay. 1820 intelligence, strength 5. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how to play a mage anyway. Oh my gosh, the white color. Did it really have to specify current AC? Max HP, current HP, max SP. How do you even learn spells? Study which book? A. Study which spell? Magic missile, that sounds useful. I used it. I learned it. Where wield dagger, I guess. So yeah, the 15% CPU usage going on. Let's check out that in-game help while my CPU is churning. Where would you look though? List of options, version information 7. Be sure to read the news group. Okay. Angband 2.7.9. We're on 8.0. There's a lot of work by a lot of people. This file was last updated for 2.7.9. Well, heck. First came MSYS2, then Umoria. Charles Swigger attempted to clean up the mess. See, I don't like that phrasing. I've seen that before, but Charles Swigger attempted to clean up the mess. It wasn't. Come on. I mean, maybe it was. I don't know. Finally, I, Ben Harrison, took over in late 1994 when Charles Swigger left. Initially, my intention was simply to clean up what had become, after 10 years, a rather unholy mess. 10 years. Yeah. Right? Well, yeah, I mean, 93 to more than 10 years. 93 to 96. Clean up mess. Deeper I delved into the code, the more it became apparent that drastic changes were needed, he says. So starting with Mac Angband 2.6.1, began a more or less total rewrite, resulting eventually in Angband 2.7.0, released around January 1st, 1995. Whoa. Wait, January 1st, 1995, but I thought maybe I have my date wrong. Oh, no, I don't. That was 2.7.4. Yeah, okay. So Teague wasn't around for too long then. Or not Teague, Swiger. He started December 1993. Well, I guess he was there for 94. Angband 270 was very clean, but very buggy rewrite. Oh, was clean, buggy, among other things, allowed extremely simple porting to multiple platforms. Yeah, starting with Unix and Mac. By the time most of the bugs were cleaned up in Angband 272, including X11, various IBM machines, so that was good. Angband 274 was released to the KSU EDU FTP site. Quickly gained acceptance, he says, perhaps helped by the OS2 Windows and Amiga and Linux ports 275 and 276. So he's telling people loved my work. Angband 275, 276 added important capabilities such as macros and user pref files. We continued to clean up the source. Yeah, there wasn't the pref stuff. Angband 278 was designed to supply another stable version we can all give to our friends with new help files and spoiler files for the online help, plus a variety of minor tweaks and some features. Angband 279 optimized a few things. These were versions I did not get. I was jumping around. Tweaked a few other things, cleaned up a few other things, introduced a few minor semantic changes. Very hard to pin down exactly what was added exactly when. Well, if you kept change lists, Harrison, most of these steps involve so many changes to make diff files not very useful. Well, that's debatable. Since often the diff files for as long as the code itself. Will you summarize? Most of the changes, with the notable exception of the creation of the new were written by myself, either spontaneously or more commonly as a result of a suggestion or comment by an Angband player. If you have any problems, blame me. Send me a thank you. The official Angband homepage on his ISP page, created along with Angband 279 to serve as an up-to-date description of any bugs found in the various versions, and to list all the people whose email addresses I've kept having to look up. Well, he's got a list of some of the changes. Massive code cleanup. Generic term C allowed Angband to be ported to a new machine, which has used 50 lines of code. Cool. Difficult to list. Most of them were made in passing during the massive code level cleanup. Here are a few things that come to mind in no particular order. Color, macros, key maps, user pref files, generic feature array, generic object array, generic artifact array. Alright, well. Okay, now he's just bragging. Extreme code cleaning, extreme optimizations. Okay, if you say so. Slightly new screen layout. And he's got a email from Koeneke from 1996. Yeah, this is the big story of Koeneke. Good text. That's on umoria.org. Or Koeneke. Why did he jam it in there? I don't know. Okay, well, sheesh. I wanted to see the general readme thing of general information. Yeah. This is just about how to use the text reader. Oh, my eyeballs on this white color. My name is Ben Harrison. I've been maintainer of Angband since November 1994, when the previous maintainer, Charles Swiger, who developed Angband 2512262, got a real job. Starting with Angband 270 and continuing through the current version, I've been responsible for a number of major improvements to the Angband game. Some of them, blah, blah, blah. Total rewrite. Okay. He's still talking about this stuff he already talked about in the other one. Well, now it's 100 lines of C code. I thought it was 50. Unfortunately, 278 contained a few bugs. A few. It's being so modest. Game starts to look funny. You may not be able to load older save files. Uh-oh. Special dungeon levels may take a long time to generate. Good crops can include incurred strings of speed. Well, that's a couple of problems. See, none of these are, quote, fatal. So 8 remains for now the most official version. Well, so 7.9. So he had this concept of temporary versions between stable releases. It's maybe getting a little advanced. 2.8.0 will include, which is what we're on, will include many extensive changes. See the webpage for more information. Most of these changes have been completed. Well, that's good because we're into a optimizing the code again. Uh-oh. You really didn't need to talk about this at length. More regular set of RGB values for various color codes. Introduce version independent save file format. Oh, that's good. Along with new terrain feature concept. What? Ability to allow multiple objects in the same cave grid. May or may not separate the unique monsters from the normal monsters. Perhaps introducing some new normal monsters such as Skeleton Lord or Giant Boar or Master Mage. I don't think that happened. You may freely distribute the game. What was http www.paranoia.com JTH unofficial Angband homepage, you are bound not only by the existing copyright notice from 1984, also by whatever restrictions may be present on various other pieces of the code. That was Koeneke. Including the fact any source written by me is technically automatically placed under copyright and may not thus be used for commercial purposes. So this is before you had more modern type of licenses and they had to go and update that stuff, I think. When in doubt, the source or news group is the place to turn for advice. These things just play with the source code. Documentation is very easy to modify and update. You may want... Well, maybe Harrison was good at non-changeless documentation, but a lot of people have not bothered. Nowadays, Angband barely bothers with documentation. Well, so that's 2.8.0. Oh, they cleaned up the help file or the version printout. Have anything else on 2.8.0? Yeah, the color may not completely turn colors off, so I did turn color off. Oh, there's that sub-window thing. I'm not sure what the sub-window thing here is exactly. I saw that in 2.7.4. I didn't see what I would consider sub-windows, so I'm not sure what that's referring to. Oh, we've got repeat obvious commands though, so I wonder if that is automatic searching and opening and stuff now. Okay, that could be good. Expand the power of look command. Expand the power of list command. Let's try that stuff. Auto haggle. Auto scum for good levels. Oh, here you can turn off connected stairs now if you wanted to. Monsters fall to the player, broken. Monsters target the player, broken. Chase current location is now noted as very slow. Chase recent location is very slow, and those are off. It's supposed to be followed by sound and followed by smell. Well, so there was a lot of stuff that was up in the air in these versions. Monster learns from their mistakes is now mostly used on these days. I don't know if this is more or less the same. So we do have sub-window flags, but oops. Like if I T for toggle? No. I don't think it's going to let me turn on sub-windows. Oh, I turned on a recall, whatever that is. I don't want overhead view though. No. I don't know. Hey. Oh, so yeah. So look, the hit point readout, which is a new thing, I think, relatively, still has color. These more prompts don't. Sometimes I would get more prompts that showed color. Oh, I'm a mage. I gotta remember that. I can cast all those spells? Oh, maybe not. I'm gonna die. I can't play mage. Uh-oh. Oh no, it's on auto pickup. What? Why would you do that? Jeez. So the get thing isn't an option anymore. Uh-oh. Well, so yeah, so it's not doing the prompting thing anymore. It's just either auto pickup or get manually yourself. Auto pickup should not be. Who would turn auto pickup back on by default? That's insane. Is that mineral seams? Is there? Can you turn mineral seams off anymore? Cheating options. Is that wizard stuff? The peak? I don't know. Hmm. Well, it doesn't. Oh, it notes that color is slow. It doesn't look like I can turn off this mineral seams thing or whatever it is. Well, so I toggled color on, but it's not. Ooh, there's some color. Oh, so Control R finally did do a redraw. Okay. Well, so anyway, so mineral seams or whatever those are printing out in this DOS version without, and still in the blocks without color on. So that's good. That's what I, had said I wish had been the case earlier, where it would just use the different IBM block characters. Yeah. See, it's using like the thinner block. So that looks pretty all right. But yeah, I've turned color off. Or no, I turned it back off. And the stupid hit point bar, I mean, that can't have been tested, right? Oh no, I died. Well, so yeah, and everything's this bright white color now, even when you do have color off. That's well, so here, I mean, color, it's completely gone to the dogs. I'm sorry. And everything is bright white. Ugh. Unhappy face. And it's killing my CPU. Well, so the next one I just decided to get was Angband 290. 290 is a different maintainer now. This is 2000. It happened to be Robert Rollman's official, his first release. It's an official DOS version from new maintainer Robert Rollman after Harrison. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right. It's got, fancy letters. And we see a lot of changes here. Rollman, what did I say about him later? Rollman from what we'll see, he seems to have an affinity for Windows, DOS, and Mac. Those are 3 versions of his builds that he compiled and released himself. He had this website, I don't know, .net, which is down now, but you can see it through archive.org. It's kind of cool website. And he had all these releases there. He had those that he compiled himself and releases compiled by other people for other platforms. A wide number of platforms, not necessarily all at the latest version that he had for Windows, DOS, and Mac. But he seemed to like DOS. The screenshots page was mostly DOS. He talked about his new graphics and terminal code for the DOS version. And we'll see the graphics go a little wild. And in fact, I need to refer to some codes that I can take a little bit of control with. Let's see what kind of documents Rollman had for us. Well, we're back to an Angband exe, Angband DOS CFG. So he got rid of that rather cryptic thing that Harrison had for a bit there. Now you can specify a graphics card. Usually no need for that, it says. Well, this got, so yeah, somebody was into DOS. Look at all this DOS stuff you got now. Sample mixing quality, toggle flip pan, sound blaster port addresses. I mean, this was getting pretty involved. Okay, well, you can see there's a graphics is defaulting to on or something. Sound is not. Sound took a while to get organized in Angband. Resolution 1, so there's all these different resolutions now. 640 by 480 is maybe what it was running. I'm running double size here in my window in DOSBox. We've got tile maps now. We've got multiple windows, terminal stuff. You can specify sizes. It gets ridiculous. You can go up to 768p, 1084 or 1024p. Background settings. Oh, yeah, so you said you can have a texture in the background of everything. It's a little, well, you'll see. Changes, yeah, tell us about it. Well, should we look at changes or README? Let's look at README. Angband 2.90, so that's been updated properly. He's lumped everybody up through Swigert together, which is a little strange. Here's his Sangarodrim. Oh, but it's sangarodrim.angband.org. I never saw that before. Well, this hasn't been updated completely. Contact Robert Rollman. Oh wait, no, we're on Rollman. I'm getting lost and confused. So still a lot of the stuff about compilation and so forth. So that was from. Well, now we got a no warranty. Jeez. All right. Well, I'm sure everybody liked the no warranty message. Changes. This is, so Harrison did not like changeless. Rollman sort of is, well, it's almost a grabinner format. I found grabiners hard to read. I guess this is a little better. Is this all from 2.90? Yikes. Two-handed swords appear earlier now. Move the questions about auto roller, maximize, and preserve mode to a new option screen. Well, that's hopefully good because that was really confusing. Added randomized character generation. Optional point blank character generator. Well, allowed secret doors to be looked or stuck. Uh-oh. Added options to automatically select the direction when opening doors, chests, or disarming traps. So, and I think we've got the auto repeats thing going on. Or did we already? Oh, I didn't check that under 280. Repeat obvious commands. Maybe that's why it was just so easy to open doors and stuff, because it was automatically repeating. Well, I'll look in 290. I've lost my mouse pointer when I get out of DOSBox now. Scrolling while targeting improved monster AI. Well, some of it is slow, right? Or no, that was in 280. Very high or very low speed modifiers no longer cause problems. Okay. There's Angkalagon the Black. Can now breathe fire. Wow, okay. I don't know what the heck he is. Or command to repeat the last command has been added in an original. At character creation, some extra difficulty options are available. So this is the start of what would later be called birth options. Options that you can only toggle at character creation. No artifacts, no stores, no upstairs recall. So these are called extra difficulty options. Made destroyed levels rarer. What's a destroyed level? Monsters crushed by an earthquake spell are now killed. In Frog Compost Band, that kind of thing is super exploited. Support for Adam. So yeah, we've got Adam Bolt's tile set for graphics. Support for transparency and lighting effects. Class and race dependent character graphics. Windows specific changes. So now there's this Windows version. Windows can be resized. DOS specific changes. Hey. Graphic sound and music options. Oh no. You can switch the graphic sound and music options from the user menu. Press exclamation point to get there. What? Oh. The volume of the sound and music can be adjusted. All changes to the screen resolution and the selection between the old and new graphical tiles will be active after you restart Angband. Terminal windows. Windows can be activated from the Angband options screen. Press equal sign in the Windows flag menu. Toggle the display you want for term 1 and term 2. Added a stone background to the terminal. That, yeah. MIDI jukebox. Plays MIDI files. Oh no. Sound events. Play samples. So you have to, I don't think there were standard sample sets exactly though. At this point, classic mode. If you want the old display, just start Angband with the -MIBM option. So yeah, that's important to know because we'll see how this goes. Let's. Was there anything else? Well, there's probably a bunch of stuff in here. Yeah, okay. I'm not gonna look. Angband me. So we've got this marble texture. We're up to 14.4% CPU usage. And you notice the window is now taller here, this default window. And there's some kind of multi-layout thing going on here. His email address was rr9@angband.org. I wonder what happened to that Angband domain, .org domain. Please answer the following questions. Most of the questions display a set of standard answers. Many will also accept some standard responses, including Q to quit, S to restart. Okay. Q and S must be capitalized. Well, what is it? S is to, why is S restart? Your sex does not have any significant gameplay effects. Choose a sex. Oh, we can do random. Let's do random. Random's fun. Oh, man, female. Yeah. Please answer the following questions. Race, okay. Still the same races anyway. Let's do it. Dunedain, whatever that is. You can't do question mark to tell you what Dunedain is. Oh, let's do random. Hobbit. Any entries with an asterisk should only be used by advanced players. If I do asterisk for random, will it give me an asterisk character? I mean, half of them here are advanced. Ranger, priest, and paladin are advanced. Well, I don't like playing priest, that's for sure. Random, warrior. Okay. Modify options. You can change the options anytime, but the birth options must be changed now to affect the birth of this character. Modify options? Yes. Oh. Birth options. 5. Allow purchase of stats using points. What are points? Allow specification of minimal stats. Maximize effective race class bonuses. That's yes. Preserve artifacts when leaving level. Yes. Restrict the use of stairs recall. No. That's for Iron Man stuff. Restrict the use of stores home. Restrict creation of artifacts. Randomize some of the artifacts. Okay, well, whatever. We'll do the rest of that stuff later. Here's where you actually do have pref file options, saving out and loading. That's good. Because previously in 2.8.0 it supported pref, but I don't think it had those options, which are really kind of necessary for that. Or maybe we're just spoiled these days. Okay. Uh-oh. Did it put me on auto roller already? I don't... I mean, best 18, what does that mean? I don't know. I mean, 18's good. Well, whatever. Escape. So, Roman got really fancy in DOS. Oh, we're not even on roguelike commands. Come on. Oh, come on. There's too many options. I like it when there's just one option screen, really. Quick messages, floor item selection, picking things up. Repeat obvious commands, yes. Pick things up by default, no. Freaking heck. Sick. Gameplay. Yikes. Efficiency options. Oh. So window flags. I think it's term 1 and term 2. If I could put like messages. Oh, T works now. That's good. And monster recall. Okay, well, I'm not going to bother with this anymore. I mean, it's messed up. We know that much. So there's my messages. So it's in a tiny and very hard to read font, but okay. This tile set has never been my favorite. They got this crazy marble texture on everything. What happens when I hit the exclamation key? Well, is that even documented? Oh, see, you can't even get to command descriptions quickly. Oh no, I don't want those. I want just a command list. User menu, command description, playing the game, creating character, general information. Where's the command list? Oh no. Option description? No. Oh no. This is a bad idea. You need easy access to the command list, guys. User menu? Can't open user menu. Playing the game? No. And then you back out and it pops. Oh no. Well. Oh well. Okay. You can change sound volume, music volume, graphics on or off. What about off? Well, then you get that. So that's hard to look at. Jeez. I mean, this is why you start to think, hey, textures are alright, because this kind of nonsense looks horrible anyway. So you could change this in that extensive config file, or you can just do that in here. That's nice. I'm not going to toggle on sound music. Okay, let's try screen resolution. Uh-oh. Oh, restart. So am I in 640 by 480 or 640 by 480 with new graphics? I'm not going to try those higher ones because I'm not currently set up in this DOSBox config setting to potentially fit all those on my screen because I'm doubling it. So I think maybe this is just a 1. Let's try 2. Save current options. W. Not Shift W? I'm hitting Shift W or W. It's not obviously doing anything. Uh-oh. Well, I don't know. I don't know if that's saved or not. Yeesh. Characters are even tinier. That didn't help me. Oh my goodness. I guess I better, so I am on 2 now. Maybe I better go back to 1. W doesn't give me feedback. I hope. Okay, well, that's a little more legible. Hey. So yeah, so we do have sub windows now. You're stuck with them. Well, no, you're not. We'll see. So really hard to read. Tiny font. Not great. Not super legible. Shops all have these hard to read icons. Oh, and super hard to read colored text on this. Oh. Ay. What a mess this has become. I'm sure Rollman thought this was cool beans for DOS, but let's go see what the dungeon looks like. Wait, what am I? Oh, I'm a warrior. I look like I'm wearing a mage type of robe thing. Chainmail. Why is chainmail head of torches now? Well, notice it's no longer keeping the list open, which is nice in a way, except at the very beginning. There's going to be no more toggle right for color off. We're stuck. Unless I slew a small kobold. Why was... Oh yeah, hallways are always dark. Well, I mean, I can't even tell what that is. Give me a break. This is horrible. I mean, it's so much harder to read. How can you see what anything is? What does the map even look like? Is that the map? It's just a mess. I'm sorry. And I'm I don't know. Let's do -MIBM. Okay. Oh, random. No. Whatever. So if you do -IBM, you're out of that whole nonsense. Exclamation point menu doesn't even come up. So that's good. I don't think you can turn color off anymore. Oh, you do have automatically clearing more prompts now. I guess because that's you have sub-window message windows now. If we would if we hadn't turned them off. My CPU fan is still going nuts. I don't like torches being at the top. I lost asterisk. A longbow. I'm a ranger. Uh-oh. Oh, well. Ranger, especially not in this version. Looks like any other level. Get that scroll. Wait, am I on get or... So you have to confirm a get because with the default options. Well, it's hard for me to keep evaluating this era because I just don't like all this color and the tiles, and we still got the blocks once you do that dash I MIBM at least, and I do kind of like how they finally started using the well, here we're in color, so but another one you could do black and white with the different shade blocks. That was cool for the mineral seams. Not that I really care about mineral seams. It does add a little more variety to the walls. Maybe a little, it's probably not worth it. Probably more confusion than it's worth. But yeah, we're firmly stuck in painful circusy bright color now, though, and high CPU usage in DOSBox. I can't really see anything. This is so uncomfortable on my eyeballs. So, God, I really hate how they changed that. Just give me a list of commands. Whew, well. So this game kind of went, the DOS versions kind of went a direction that is not what I would choose. Changes. Oh, so those options you said do change the config. It looks like something in here got changed and I didn't change nothing. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, color option toggle is gone. So even though you can toggle those horrible textures off, can't turn color off. And I mean, at this point, if I had been an Angband player, I would have gone back to an old version, I think. You might enjoy the novelty of this for a bit, like, oh, all these bright colors, but I think over time my eyeballs could not have taken it. Well, that's 290. This is Robert Rollman now. He's really been going to town on DOS version stuff. That's for sure. And then I'm going to skip ahead to version 360, which is Robert Rollman's last DOS version, his last DOS release, or his last release, and the last Angband version that supported DOS, in fact. So that's kind of sad. But maybe the way they were going, it's just as well. I mean, would they really have gotten me back to what I like? Probably not. Let's see what, if we have any more command line stuff. No, that's been cleaned up slightly, maybe. Request graphics mode. Request sound mode. Define a libdir subpath. Jeez. That's what -D is? Use a module sys. Okay, so that's in current Angband, actually, the module thing. So that's where MIBM was. Well, we had that previously, yeah. IBM Visual Display Support. DOS module with graphics and sound. Well, I don't want DOS with graphics and sound, but I think that's what it's defaulting to. What's the difference between that stuff and the -G for graphics mode? I don't have any other notes about this version. Let's just run it. Well, let's look at docs. At least some kind of README or something. authors.txt. That's a list of maintainers. Is that going to show up in game? Oh, yeah. So file.com was Harrison's website eventually once he got off his ISP. And the current Angband official site is sort of based on that. It's refile.org. It's interesting. Anyway, I think Harrison still has file.com. I think that's still up. What is copying.txt? Not for profit purposes. See, that's still this old style license. Well, it says GNU public license. I don't know anything about licensing. I should not bother with trying to make sense of that stuff. There's changes, there's readme, there's thanks. Many thanks to the following people. Well, here's just a huge list of names. So I guess this was Rollman doing this. Yeah. Well, that's cool. Andrew and Anthony said, well. Cyric the Mad. Let's look at README. 3.0.6. That's mostly the same. Still that weird disclaimer at the bottom. Changes. Well, Rollman sure packed in a lot of stuff. And that's just in 306. I mean, I skipped from 290. I mean, there's 290. So all this other stuff that I'm not going to read through. And that was in how much time? Oh, shoot. I got too many things open. Let's see. 290 was 2000. 306 is 2005. Well, that was 5 years of changes. Five years of changes in this list. And that's about it. That was a typical length duration for a maintainer, because that's your college career, 4 or 5 years. So anyway, the updates in his last, in Rollman's last version. Anything jumping out? Sound patch. 120 new sound effects, events to the game. Well, I wonder, though, if... whoops. There's no sound directory data. No. What are these raw things? Well, epyx. File. Dead.txt. So yeah, there's a lot of preference. Oh, it's supporting all the different platforms in there. Yeah, there's no sounds included. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Well, there are some. Not many. You've only got 21 sound files. Vomit.wave, well, no music. So that's not all the stuff. Here's these gross pixel fonts and some tile sets. Lots of stuff about Mac OS X. Front ends, Linux frame buffer. So Rollman was very much into all this platforms and display modes and all this stuff. But he's also getting stuff from other people. Curse speedering should not increase the level feeling. Suggestions from people. Don't try to write zero-length blocks when serving. Oh, okay. That got way too technical for me to understand. Fix a Alpha 1 specific crash. They had alpha releases? Well, let's fire it up. We'll risk the... What the... We'll risk the graphics, default graphics first. That just zapped my eyes right at the beginning. Oh, what the heck am I? How did I get a half-elf warrior? What am I doing? I'm not even on roguelike commands. Well, I don't have a... Do I have the heart to go through birth? I thought I killed all my characters so I could go through birth from the beginning. Did I do this already? Am I going in loops? Oh, wait. Oh, no, it's still there. I mean, this stuff is now looking not too different from 2.9.0, you know. Let's, gosh dang it. Roguelike commands, please. Thank you. So you start off on the stairway down now. Still can't read these friggin' tiles, man. That was kind of a cool, oh, but it remembers the litness. That's kind of a cool lighting effect anyway. That's rubble? It looks like a piece of giant meat. It's just a giant steak. Hey, remove the rubble. That's a gray mushroom patch? Okay. Yeah, I can't handle that. So let's see what happens when we do MIBM. Well, it's easier to read. Still stuck with the colors, but if you had to play this version, there's that blue is not as bad, right? Not as bad as it was at one point. What's our default pickup doing? Prompting. Oh, so that's not on get. It's on prompt. But you can prompt before picking things up. Get. No, I'm just seeing it. So get is gone. Or maybe you have to... What if I... prompt for floor item select... I don't know. I'm not going to mess with that. Well, anyway, this is the last DOS version of Angband. This is it. And I don't know if it went out on a high exactly, because this is so painful to read with the colors, you know, the colors. But, I mean, other than that, I probably would have been not too not too mad about it. Well, yeah, I don't know. It's just you have had this complication of UI that the option screens are so much more complicated now. Does that all really enhance the game? I don't know. It all, once you sort of enter this self-perpetuating expansion where you have so many options and you need more options to handle the options and all the resulting stuff that comes out of those, and it just gets crazy. And it's still cranking the CPU in this version. Well, let's get out of here. That was the last official DOS version. I think that's about it for my notes. I do have a couple more things just to show for the sake of essentially comparison at this point. Oh, there was this interesting reply by Swiger in 1996 to a question by Koeneke, who did eventually show up on the news group in 96. Koeneke comes along to the Angband news group. Koeneke, the author of Moria, and he's asking about Angband on the Angband news group. Koeneke had asked about Angband, and Swiger said, this just a DOS note. I believe you could build 2.5.x under DOS. Those were the first Swiger versions he did. And I didn't have a DOS version from that series. He said, I believe you could build 2.5.x under DOS, but almost all DOS players, and actually there weren't any surviving compiled versions. The earliest one I got was 2.7.4. I believe you could build 2.5x under DOS, but almost all DOS players went with Charles F. Teague's PC Angband 1.4 instead, since it had color and performed better under MS-DOS's memory limitations. So Swiger didn't think he could make a better DOS version than Teague had made. That's kind of interesting. So maybe that was part of the reason why we didn't get a DOS version until the 2.7.4 series under Harrison. Because Swiger just didn't think he could do better than Teague had done. And, you know, kind of wish Teague had been around. And, I think I've actually covered pretty much everything. I probably forgot something here or other, but that was all my Angband versions. I did want to, I guess, let's see, I already showed you modern Umoria basically. And we looked at what actually comes after this. In 2015, there's a Umoria port of Umoria 5.6 to Windows by Ben Chadwick. We saw that. So I guess I'll just show you, you know, for contrast, like modern Angband. I guess I'll do the oh shoot, I don't remember my whole command. Oh my gosh. So if you're trying to be cool and do a command line Angband and you want to do some sub windows, kind of like we were seeing in those DOS versions, that gets a little wacky. Okay, here goes. MGCU, so there's that module thing, but now we have different front ends these days. At least in this Linux-like Cygwin environment. You actually have to specify, though, in the command line sizes of your sub-windows. Oh no. That's because I'm a dope. Oh no. Oh gosh. Oh, I have sound going on here. Whoops. This is going to be loud. Well, I'm not going to play too much. So, this is modern Angband in the ASCII front end. So you can have solid blocks here. I don't think you can have the cool checkerboard ones. You have solid blocks. You've got all this lighting effect stuff going on them though, and I think that kind of junks them up, you know. And there's colors on everything. I think you could technically, because Angband now has a color editor built in, you could go through all these colors and set them all to, you know, light gray or something if you wanted. The problem is you've got all these data printouts and everything that kind of rely on color for formatting and being able to read things in there because there's so much data in those now. And you've got so many different kinds of monsters now that come in different colors to show the different types of monsters that I'm not sure how viable it is to play in black and white in current Angband versions anyway. You know, it might not be a great idea. I kind of tried it once. You know, I set all my colors to monochrome, but it just felt like I was then missing a lot of information that I really needed to have. You don't feel that way when you're playing the oldest, you know, the old versions, but now, you know, there's just so much more. It's just everything has gotten out of hand, you could say, and you do need all this stuff. Well, maybe not all of it, but a lot of it. And there's so many monsters that'll end up on screen at once, and you have this huge list of monsters, and it's hard to parse them all in a single color. So yeah, so that's kind of modern Angband. I mean, if you can go and you still got this type of menu, although now it's letters. You can turn off show walls. Oh no, show walls of solid blocks, and then you're back to hashtags and stuff, which are not super easy to read. Whoops, I forgot how to navigate now. It's different. Ah, my gosh. So, you know, I don't know. That's modern Angband in sort of ASCII form. There also is more of a graphical style form. Whoops, that's not it. Uh-oh, I can't touch that. Hang on. What am I still running here? We don't need you. Ah, it swallows my cursor, though. There is the more graphical. No, that ain't it. I've got too many versions of Angband and everything going on. Okay, so if you want to get fancy modern tile sets, we've got bigger tile sets with more stuff and sounds and so forth. And this looks cool in a way, but like this tile set is a little blurry, and that starts to get to my eyes. All the colors and these fonts, these bitmap fonts in this front end style are hard to read, especially this way. because the font size is tied into the tile graphic size, and so you have to have a square font. Square fonts are hard to read if you want your tiles to be properly square. So that's all. I mean, the game ain't made. The game ain't made for graphics in color. I will maintain. And I've got my menus a little messed up. Yeah, it's just like you can have all that, but is all that stuff, you know, compare with not Rogue. Compare with just, you know, just a little frognose. Oh my gosh, I've got a huge pack of village idiots. They're faster than me or something. Wait, that village idiot went through that building, didn't he? Or did he just navigate smoothly around it like a... I'm getting out of here. The town is dangerous. Wow. I mean, so to me, like, this is, it's so much just nicer to look at, you know? Is it nicer to play? I don't know. I'll find out, because I'm going to try to play... I'm going to try to play Frognose, for gosh sakes. Gosh knows I'm going to try to play Frognose. I can't even hit my keys. I've suddenly got a pretty bad hangnail going on. That's a good excuse. I had a hangnail. So this has been a pretty incoherent ramble, and it's been going on way too long. I had all of this going through my head for the past, like, week, and it was driving me nuts. And I finally just had to brain dump it. I mean, it's what I had intended to do. Whether or not that came out as anything that makes sense to anybody, I'm skeptical. But, man, I'm getting not much on the searching for secret doors, though. Oh, I'm so confused. I'm not even using search, I'm using open. Well, so jumping between all these versions is certainly not helping my ability to use correct commands in anything. But if I can settle down on one, I'm going to try this one, and we'll see how that goes. So that's Frognose, the beginning of Angband. I'm going to try playing that one, the DOS 1.1 port by Charles Teague. We'll see how that goes, and we've got all this other stuff we could do, but I don't know, you know. Something about this one appeals to me. All those Dawson versions, Moria and Angband, you know, did we need all the color? Did we need all the later tile sets and sound? You know, I'm sure some people dig it and probably continue to dig it. But anyway, it was interesting to look at, and certainly there were some surprises in there. We've still got shift exclamation mark here, right? Yeah, doesn't leave enough free memory for a subshell. So a bit of a remaining joke on the old supervisor key, going back all the way to the DOS port of Rogue, I guess. Well, thanks for watching this hideous ramble. I will have links and stuff, and a link to a full post that's going to go up on the Angband forum at some point with most of my notes in probably more coherent and much more condensed form than you just had to listen to. So maybe somebody will be able to make sense of those if they, for some reason, wanted to. And that's it for the video, though. Thanks for watching, and see you around.